because you are responsible for all that's happening. Lord, we pray that as we gather together, valuable points that will transform our nation, come out of the discussions in the name of Jesus. And we pray, oh God, we and our children shall be for signs and for wonders in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for those that are coming on the way. Bring them here safely and speedily in the name of Jesus. Let us have a fantastic night. Pray in the name of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much.
So, next, we have an international anthem. We have it on yes, so the national anthem. What they are not.
Nigeria, be healthy, our own dear native. Good friends, believer, in brotherhood we stand. All houses of free more our hearts symbol looks at us in this moments to honor and this becomes our state. To our children, we stay. O God of creation, grant this our request. Help us to be a nation that no man is oppressed. And so with this empty Nigeria may be blessed. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. This is all. Thank you.
All right, so the 8th picture, 12th edition, nation building that's and we know that that's why everyone of us here want to be part of the amazing story of who we have been in this nation. That's why we're here to discuss and a lot to doing a lot of things. I will need to go there, once we go there, we'll wait for the to go on and all that. So that's what we're doing today. It's going to be an amazing time. Enjoy every bit of all we have to do. What do you have to say to us?
Welcome, everyone. Please welcome to our side.
You can switch it.
Tell them how beautiful and how handsome that they are. You can do that to 5 or 10 people. Yes, thank you. Know their name. Say hello. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, we love the smile, like the networking. Beautiful. Yeah, we can do that better. Thank you. All right.
We have met somebody new or somebody that we are willing to introduce to us. Yes, so, just while we're going forward in this event, we'll have some ground rules for everyone to be acquainted with. First on that list is So like we did, everyone has been welcome to the summit. So please be seated before the program begins. We're all doing already attending to each session. So that's one. Two, we kindly ensure that your mobile phones and other electronic devices are switched off or put on silent mode to avoid disrupting the program. Three, give every speaker and participant your full attention. Avoid side conversations while sessions are in progress.
All right, number four, respect the views and contributions of others. Every participant is there to be heard in an atmosphere of courtesy and mutual respect. Observe the instructions of the master of ceremonies. Glad to be here. Thank you today. Our moderators, ushers, and event officials to ensure a smooth running of the summit. 3 questions and answers session. Keep your comments brief, relevant, just tell us what the Lord has done and how He has helped you. And respectfully, so that more participants have an opportunity to also contribute. 7. Maintain a clean environment by using the waste bins provided and treating the venue and its facilities care.
There's like a lot of rules, right? They're quite important for everyone to have. All right, number 8, move in and out of the hall. Only have one necessary. All right, so we don't have to have going out and everything on there. Please do so quietly to minimize distractions. And in case you need to use the convenience, please communicate with your official for direction. Right? Convenience and premise, you don't need to go far. Just ask any of the official questions for you where to go. Last one. Together, let's create a stage. Welcoming is an environment where every person can learn, connect, and grow. So, like we did, we're getting to know one or two persons, we help each other learn. In fact, if you see somebody getting distracted, you can help them stay focused. All right, so we're going to have that and have a lot of fun today. All right, that will be all for the rules.
Yeah, so before we go for to the early birds, some people came here very early today. I just wanted to add that for the welcoming, we just did you a favor in this. The person you met, I just met. So do well to make the person decide you're comfortable enough to speak. Smile. It's always good to smile. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. So for early birds, we had getting here quite early this morning. We have present with something like before this morning. All right. So problem is one I saw. How many players? Participants. That would be you. You're looking back, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so what?
Yeah, sister.
Wow. What area do you live?
Yes. Yes,
I need to know.
Echo is everywhere.
Not that debate. All right, so that's it.
You should have it. By the way, I thought we're done with paper HRD. When was the last time we got an HRD? Was like this? Been a while. This is the time where we're doing business centers and doing 2020 naira calls. You still don't wear your glasses. You need it. Yeah, it's needed.
So anything I don't see it. All right, so
You have to be.
it's for you. All right.
Right, let's go to the this is just to encourage and we're always so ready for events. It's always good. And also, let's take this time to appreciate our speakers because they came here early. Can we appreciate all of them? Can we appreciate their needs? Thank you. Thank you.
That's actually something to comment because we're talking nation building nation. We should say we'll be at a place that particular point we're there. Yes, so it's something to actually celebrate. This is celebrating.
And also bridging the trust gap, we realize that we usually have the younger people and the younger people here. And it's a good thing for us to learn that if here with all the responsibility they have, we should be there. So let's appreciate them. Thank you for showing us good example. All right. Do we want to do fast fingers? Just want to.
Okay, so I think what the rest will be for. We got our phones. That's our fast our fingers. We know the changes.
Yeah, definitely.
Because
Let's not be too proud. We don't know.
by usually so we have to press it really fast. So let's make it a bit exciting. All right, so we're starting out with how they last. All right, so we'll do anything first. Oh,
Yeah, if volunteer just said wait. Wow, lovely.
we're gonna do that go around. So I think it's not fair. All right, so
Ready?
everybody is slow and fast. So you have to be attentive. 8, 0, 9, 6, 6, 4, 5, 0, 8, 6, 5, 2, 2, 9, 2, 7, 9. Anybody? Do I go over it again? Anybody? Yes? Nobody. Okay, let's take it again. 8, 0, 9, 6, 6, 4, 5, 0, 8, 6, 5, 2, 2, 9, 2, 7, 9. So that person that have used it, the pictures to tell us that you don't stress the other part. Nobody. I did it wrong. Let's not one. All right, so let's do another one. Let's be sure. You want to call it? Let's try another one. Let's see. 7, 8. That's my phone number. Let's start again. 7, 4. 7, 4. 8, 4. 8, 8. Oh, I can hear that. But going on there. 9, 4. That's definitely a millennial. Not changed. Accepted. And go forward. 8, 1. 8. 1, 1. 8, 0, and 6. Please tell me that's the chance. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Oh, yeah.
Let's leave out for him. Okay. All right. So that was good. That's good. That's good. Let's try that first one again. 8, 0, 9, 6, 6, 4, 5, 0, 8, 6, 5, 2, 2, 7. That's the youth. That means there are other beings because they respond. Nobody's claiming ownership of that. All right, so resiliency. Yeah. Low. I already slowly because the network behaves like that. So, all right, so 7, 4, 3, 7, 3, 4, 5, 4, 0, 4, 3, 0, 8, 5.
I'm not with you on this. No. Let's have one person.
That's
Fine.
who else is below here?
Okay, 2.
2.
That's nice.
2.
3.
Wow. Say it's been 1.
It's not really your business. We love loyalty.
All right, so please, if you're entering MTN and MTN is just sing, so please, before the end of this song, hold to sing one. So yes, so we'll continue with other ones subsequently.
All right, so this is the 12th edition. It has been wonderful so far, and every edition had come, with its lessons, impartations, speakers, and a lot of things to enjoy from NCPS. And want to know, who has the highest number of time that they've attended NCPS. Do you have anyone who attended for the 12th time, the 12th edition? Who has attended the 12th edition here? The 12th edition.
If you've been here for the 12th
1
editions,
to 12.
you should be
The
a
12
discussant
editions.
today. 12 editions. Anybody here that's been here for 12 editions?
Definitely, Tyrell 15 ahead.
Oh, you were born and bred in NCPS.
You're an NCPS baby, so.
Awesome. Okay, so Tyrell. Yes, who else?
Who else? Do we have any other person? The 12.
11.
11 now.
10. 10. Wow.
Who? I can see the person. Tolu?
So Tolu, 10. Wow.
Ah, that's beautiful. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them.
I've been wondering why he's taller than everybody. You have been consuming so much knowledge. What's going on here?
Back to back.
10 years.
Thank you for coming again today.
Wow. 9 years.
9. Going.
Wow.
Wow. Let's appreciate him, please.
Wow. 9 years.
That's beautiful.
8.
8.
8 years. Wow.
Dorcas. Let's appreciate Dorcas.
7.
7.
Wow. Awesome.
Please let's appreciate
7
him
years.
too.
Great. 6. 6 years.
6 years.
5.
Wow. Let's appreciate. Let's appreciate her too. Let's appreciate
5. 4.
4.
4 years. 3.
Oh, we have hands.
4.
Yes.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1. Good. Let's appreciate it.
Let's
Come
appreciate.
on. 3.
All right, 3. Thank you very much. 2. Maybe this is your second time. All right. So for the main people, if today is your first time and first edition at NCPS, can we see your hands up? Woo! Let's appreciate them. It's good to see you all. It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us this year. We hope to see you again the next edition.
All right, so we'd like to call 2 persons to tell us their experience so far in the previous editions of NCPS. First off, if you know you came to NCPS as a single, and the Lord has done it finally, let's have you.
Tell us what the Lord has done.
All right, so if you came into NCPS, those of you that said 6 years, 7 years, as a single, yes.
But the Lord.
All volunteer as a single. All right, so, wow. Ma, do I qualify for that category? All right, okay. Because by the last time I was at NCPS, I was not married. So it was after NCPS.
Appreciate the mom. Appreciate. NCBS is doing a lot.
All right. So do we have
Melody? Oh, Melody is one of them too. Can we appreciate Melody too? Please come around. You want him to come around? Okay, come out, come out, come out.
Melody? Yeah, come and shake body for us. Come and give us small updates. What has been your experience
Come
so
and tell
far?
us what the Lord has done.
Mrs. Taiwo, where is she?
She's there.
Please, let her come forward. So please come tell us what your experience had been so far in previous edition of NCPS. Mrs. Taiwo.
Let's clap for them. Appreciate them. Thank you.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Melody, you're hiding behind the screen. Are you stage shy? Okay.
I was once single, but now I'm married.
Good morning, everyone. What do you want me to say now?
How you applied it? What's it doing for you?
Okay, let me start with the year I joined the SPS. That was 2022, of course, and it has been amazing. I think I love the themes every year. They have been excellent, and of course the discussions and all. So though I've not had a child, I'm yet to have a child, but of course I have some young people, like very younger people around me, and that helps me a lot to connect with, especially the Gen Zs. So I know some people might be looking at, are you not a Gen Z yourself? I'm not a Gen Z actually. I might look it, but I'm not a Gen Z. But it has helped me to connect with Gen Zs, and you know that there is this mentality. Our mothers, baby boomers, Gen X, some of the Gen X actually, that's okay. When I'm talking, you don't have to talk. When I'm doing this, yeah. But it has helped me to connect with those older generation and then tell them that, Mal, the way you were trained is different from the way you were trained these people now. Not sometimes they will be like, okay, when did they give back to you that you are telling me what to do and all that? But at the same time, just be in the middle. I've been in the middle, like in the middle between the older generation and, of course, the younger generation. So that's been everything. And the thing that has done for me is that these people, let me just say teenagers, because I have a thing for teenagers. So these teenagers, they like to come close to me more, even more than their parents. They share some things that they can't even tell their parents. They share it with me, and that's been good, and it has given me because of the knowledge I've acquired here, it has given me um something, some ideas, some experience to what to share with them, what to talk to them about, and how to handle some situations. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's something NCPS will do for you. I can tell you for a fact. I have also been a partaker of this well of knowledge that has been going around in this place. I love teenagers a lot also. I love young people. I'm not with children that age yet, but there's no harm in having enough information to be ready for the time when they come around. And of course, having young people around you, you should be able to know how to navigate dealing with them, because teenage era is usually one of the most amazing time for anyone parenting. You know, children that you're able to tell, sit here, hey, I'll buy biscuits for you, and they're okay. Someone them and they're like, I'm not a child anymore. You can't tell me this. I feel this way. You don't understand me. So all of that, one is to begin to know how to deal with them and relate with them and help them become great individuals that turn out to give us the kind of leadership and order that we need in the nation. So for every one of us here, please let's keep our hearts open as we hear all or a lot that we need to help us become better persons. Going forward, we're going into the keynote speech, and this will be officiated by our convener. And I would like to read a quick one on our profile. All right, so the convener of the NCPS, which is the National Character and Parenting Summit, is Mrs. Bosede Olushola Obasa. She's a character development advocate, and she is the convener of this. She's been doing this actively for 12 years. Actively for 12 years. It's something to celebrate. Let's clap like we understand what 12 years means. It's a lot of time to actively be doing something. Trust me. So it means that she's passionate about nation building. She's passionate about character development for her to be able to be in that space for that long. I'm certain a lot of people started stuff that didn't even go beyond a year, 2 years, 3 years. Now we're talking 12 years. So it's a lot of time for one to actually be in a space. All right, so she's been doing this for 12 years. So let's read her profile. Mrs. Bosede Olushola Obasa is a corporate trainer, a public speaker, entrepreneur, and social capital development professional with a deep commitment to value-based living. As the Chief Executive Officer of the First Royal Character and Values Limited, she has led initiatives since 2015 focused on character formation, relational intelligence, leadership, and workplace excellence. Through her training, speaking, and mentoring, she passionately champions integrity and personal responsibility as the foundations of lasting transformation. If we're being honest, these things are the core to anyone who frontiers transformation. All right. As the convener of the National Character and Personality Summit, I'll take that again. National Character and Personality Summit, Ncps 2026. She brings extensive experience and practical insights into the vital role of character plays in both parenting and nation building. So with a rousing ovation and with a standing ovation, let us appreciate our convener as she comes forward for our keynote speech. Let's do that better. Let's do that better.
Please sit down. Thank you very much. Amazing. So we're streaming this live on YouTube, on Facebook, 2 Facebook platforms, I guess 2 Instagram as well. So we are reaching more people that are in the hall while we're expecting those who are joining us to do so. But I'm super, super, super excited to be here today. There's this feeling I have each time I have an opportunity to add value to people. It just feels like the feeling some people get when they have their accounts credited with plenty money. Yes, and that's because that's who I found myself to be. In life, we go on and then we do self-discovery more and more, self-awareness over and again. So I'm just going to do this quickly and straight from my heart as it is. My keynote speech is on intentional parents and how they intentionally build trust with youngsters. I'm not an expert in this. I'll always do that caveat. There are 2 areas I believe you should not call yourself an expert too quickly. 1 is marriage, 2 is parenting. Because in marriage, you can do everything that you know and things can still go wrong, unfortunately. So when it's something beyond you. And in parenting, unfortunately again, and this is not to allow us just relax and feel like, oh, if things can still go wrong, why should I try? That's not what I mean. But I'm saying that in parenting as well, you can do everything good and right. And things can still go wrong. Again, because factors you could not handle or you did not see. But when we do everything right, we expect that things go right. And a lot of times they do go right. But I'm just saying that don't be quick to call yourself an expert. That it's in that sense that I made that allusion. So, but let's see what you can do. One thing you can do is to be an intentional parent. And intentionality is one word I want all of us, whether here seated or online, to live with all the days of our life because it makes life much more worth living. In all levels of relationships, trust, as we look at it today, revolves around 2 areas. I hope that my illustration slides are following me. Thank you. All right, just so you can connect a bit more. In all levels of human relationships, trust revolves around 2 areas. Trust building and trust maintenance. If these two are intentionally managed, there will be no need for the third one, which is an intervention factor, and that is trust gap bridging or trust recovery. Trust is an asset, both social and capital assets, pardon me, including in relating with younger generations, as we've chosen to look at this year. Whether you are a parent or you are about to be, like some of the persons who spoke earlier, oh, I'm not a parent. Nothing beats getting ready for something you have not entered yet. It's the best way to prepare for anything. So I celebrate them that for 5 years, for 6 years, for 7 years, a lot of volunteers here have been in the room. Whilst they are working to ensure things go well, they are also learning. And one after the other, I'm seeing them get married. And I'm excited because if they have really, really learned, then we can be confident that we look forward to a better experience with them. And that's a lot to be thankful for. So whether you're a parent already or not, you contribute directly to the quantum of trust that the younger people in your space have mustered or otherwise. This is because trust is often beyond just what is to be done, but who to become. And that's where the problem is. Not just what to be done, but who to become. You have turned down more trust by who you have become than what you have either said or done. And that's where it's critical. So every day, our societies are full of disappointing news items, of which most further lower the rating of trust and make it fall a lot more. A child rape here, a demand for inducement for marks here, and then more. Older generation complain a lot about, oh, you guys are too rebellious. Oh, you guys agitate too much. How did they get there? A lot of the things we said innocently in the house, and they found out were not true and put them on the edge because they found out if you could lie in this area, you probably are also telling a lie here. They look at the politics of our nation, particularly here in Nigeria, and it's nothing encouraging when it comes to having trust. So there's a choice to make and a commitment to sign up to. We can't successfully lead the people into a future that they don't trust us to do so with. And that's so important. So the National Character Parenting Summit this year has a message that is one and emphatic, and that is build and maintain trust. From our special family feature, which we're going to have shortly, to the main discourse, the objective is very clear. I'll share quick nuggets with you on what intentional parents do to intentionally build and maintain trust with the younger generation. Take note that I have not been saying children, 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 because most of the time you relate to more people who are younger than the children you personally give birth to. So it means that you are responsible for more people a lot of the times than those that came out of your loins. What are a few things that we need to begin to become comfortable with as older persons? And in return, from the younger people, because whatever we do is our way of telling them how to do it. Each time I talk about respect, I say respect for me is not give and take, because I'm not respecting someone because I want them to respect me back. I'm respecting people as a model of what should be done. So whether it's a young person or old, I'm doing it so that you'll learn that this is what should be done. So the first thing is we need to prioritize this attributes. The first one is vulnerability. It's very, very scarce in the older generation. Someone was saying earlier that somebody can say, when I'm talking to you, you don't talk, or all of those things. So being vulnerable sometimes is missing in the older generation, and it goes straight for trust. So when it hurts, and where it hurts, we should be able to share it discreetly. So they talk about age-appropriate information, age-appropriate education for children, particularly the ones in our space. So if something has happened where you were younger, be vulnerable enough to talk about it. What you're doing is earning their trust. You aren't just opening yourself to them. You are giving them reason to trust, to say that, oh, if this person can come this low to talk about this, then I think this is someone my heart should follow. We need it in government. We need it in the families. We need it everywhere. We need it in the society. There's so much of lie everywhere. And it's amazing because you can never tell. Someone was saying to me recently, he said the more what it was Mr. Lee Contifordune. I'm trying to remember the way he said it. Something like seeing is he said seeing is no longer believing. I'm like, that's deep. Because really, we grew up hearing seeing is believing. He said, boss, seeing is no longer believing. Because what you're seeing can be a lie. So that's the world that we have come into. And if we want to lead a generation that will be confident about taking the future, we need to learn to let vulnerability be one. The other one is authenticity, and they are not the same at all. They can have a little line in between them. Being authentic is being genuine and being real. It's important for older persons to take off the raincoat of wanting to look like what we are not. Recently, I've been talking, I'll tell my husband that if something is hard, let the children know. Like, they have gotten to that age where you should let them know how it feels. You should not shield them away from the realities of things, no matter what. That's being authentic. That's helping them see that I am as human as you are. And then I go through things as you go through, and they will come to trust you. The point I'm making is that each of these things deposits trust in the account of those younger persons. The third one is honest communication. And I fear that this is an area where we need to do more again. Answering questions and seeking feedbacks. They have not always been the regulars growing up. Some parents will not have you ask questions. Once they tell you something, just follow. So you're not asking questions, and then you're not seeking feedbacks. These things have created gaps hugely in a long number of years. We need to do quick buybacks for all of those things. So answering question is one, seeking feedback is another. How does it build trust? When you ask people how they felt about what you did or what happened, they trust you as part of the things that they communicate. And when you also answer questions, particularly when the questions are asked, seeking feedback is answering questions before it is, answering questions or seeking to answer questions that have not been asked, while you can also answer questions yourself. And the other one is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is being considerate, being respectful, being supportive, being validating, and being empathetic. It's just you realizing that I have emotions just like they have. So when they are taking their emotions off the board, rather than deny the fact that they have a right to have emotions, you help them see how to channel that emotion correctly. What has happened majorly, a lot of the times in the past, is that a mother can ask the child to stop behaving in a certain way without trying to first acknowledge the fact that something made that happen, and then leading them to say, but next time, this is not how you should respond to this. Yes, I understand that it's painful, but this is the better way to respond to it. It's important to be that real. That makes the child feel like I'm human after all, and I'm able to come to the same level as you. The other one is being generous with personal, family, and company stories. So whether I have to do a company or a family, we need to tell the stories that are important to where people are going. A lot of people get into the world and find out that the story that concerns their life was not told them by the people that should tell them until it became a menace to them. So it's important to be intentional about telling stories. Tell family stories. Talk about, but you see, I put discretion here. When you are telling stories, you should not tell it with the, some people get this wrong. So they tell the stories and get those children to hate the persons in the picture. That should not be the reason why you're telling the story. You're telling the story to empower them because information is power. You're telling the story to ensure that they have a broader understanding of things. And then they are able to be in a position where they can speak up on those issues or take decisions as the need might be. That also brings trust because you have built confidence in that child to be able to face the future that might come their way around that issue. Same goes for organizations. So tell the story of your organization. Tell the story of why everything was still where it was and where you are, and make it a regular. So when it comes to cultural integration, you do it continuously. You don't do it once and say, oh, I told the first child should tell others. That's not how it is done. So the next one is keep your promises to the finest details. or the minutest details. This one, I'll buy you this and you did not buy. I'll do this and you did not do. I'll pay that and you did not pay. Even if the issue was that you couldn't, it should be discussed. And that takes us back to communicating effectively and honestly. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that by this time I would have been able to do this. I couldn't. Parents should be as real as that. Leaders should be as real as that. Managers should be as real as that. It should be able to be reduced to a communication and a useful and progressive one. The next one, which is number 7, is accountability even when not demanded. Accountability even when not demanded. These things look like, why should anybody stress themselves to do this? But this is how the leaders that would make the future what we want it to be, this is how they have got to operate. Being accountable to people without them asking you. Without them asking you, you are accountable intentionally that, okay, so this is how this went. This is the report of this. You don't, as the leader of your organization, you didn't have to do it. Like this morning, there were quick conversations I was having in the cars were coming. And I was saying, oh, this is what I would never do. Because if I do this, how am I different from the leaders that I'm complaining about? So if we want to change anything, because what the Ncps is about is creating new breed of future people who are signed up to quality, character, and values. And if we must do that, then some of these things must be how we are leading them. Number 8 is faith evidence, even in your words and deeds. So when I was saying that you can do everything and you can see go wrong, that's when God is not involved. Because that's the balance I want to put to it now. Yes, because when you do everything right and you put God at it, it takes care of it. So that's why number 8 is you can't be the person who's talking about your faith, and today you hold up the faith, tomorrow you let it go. You are going to deplete trust in the next generation. A lot of the times I work in a teenage church, so I would say to them that sometimes I'll just come out and say, I apologize on behalf of all the parents, because I know I also grew as a teenager. I knew some things I expected to be done that were not done. And because of the generation that my parents were and I was, we took it like that. But no, you won't try that now. You won't try it now. So what I do is, sometimes when I'm asked to speak, I just say, oh, this issue, I'm like, I apologize on behalf of all the parents of the world, including your parents. I'll first say that, and then I try to explain to them, oh, sorry, they did as much as they knew. Don't look at it that way. You can also be the one that will help them. Try to help the young ones see that you can even be the one to help your parents to know how to better relate with you. So some parents are not sticklers for their faith. They say one thing today, they change tomorrow. The child is confused. And then they just say, I beg, if this is what your Jesus or your whatever else you serve is like, I don't think I want to be part of it. And then you now go to the mountain and start praying and saying that one evil spirit has entered the child. It was just inconsistency around how you put the evidence of your faith out there. So you say that don't watch this particular movie. And you know they are still at that age where they shouldn't. And you're watching it. So there's a lot of responsibility on us if we must push trust to the next generation. It's not about what you say or do only. It's about who you are becoming yourself. And then number 9 is teachability. We have to be learners forever. One of the things I've chosen to be in life is to learn till I draw my last breath. Why? Because there is more happening every day. My daughter that left in year 1 to school is not my daughter that is coming back after year 4. To tell myself that she's the same that means I don't know what I'm doing. She has interacted with the world out there. She has met people. Whether she has decided to follow what they said or not is a different thing. But the fact that she now has a new body of knowledge that's probably more surplusly current than what I have given her. So the fight to ensure that what I taught her is not lost is just only, it has to be upbeat. Like I have to keep it up. The father has to keep it up. No assumptions. So teachability is you learning and you coming down to the point where you're willing to learn even from the youngest person. Everybody who works with me know that I learn from everybody. And I'm never ashamed to say, this is the person that taught me this thing. If I'm so ever quick to say, just so the person knows that I appreciate the fact that they were the one that taught me. So it's so important. And one other thing I don't agree with is, from the first person that worked with me at RCV, he knows that when he wants to do it, he's quick to want to help you do it. I'm like, no, don't help me do it. Show me how to do it. So being teachable, for all that generation, if we are going to safely midwife this generation into the next one, and we are going to let them trust us, they must know that even them, as young as they are, they can teach us. And that's trust. That's trust. So the last one is structure and organization. Your standard and how you consistently do things or show up. If you are inconsistent with any of the things I have mentioned, you're still going to create a huge gully of trust gap. If you are inconsistent, so inconsistency with any of these things, with being vulnerable when you should, with being authentic when you should, with being honest with communication, with being generous with personal stories or family stories, with keeping your promise, with being accountable, with being having faith evidence where it should be, being structure all of this, we still lose trust. Even though you made a little show here, you made a little show there, you tried this today, and then they can't see you being consistent. They're like, okay, oh, so that was just, okay. Let's go back to as we were. Let's not even bother. We thought you meant, you said you went to a program, right? And you came back, and there's something new to begin to do. But we only saw that you did it for just 1 week, and after that, you are back. And we decided that let's not shout on one another. Let's have conversation. I'm old enough to have a conversation with you rather than you shout at me and I have to grumble while you are doing that. And then you came back. You didn't have enough emotional intelligence to help yourself understand your emotions enough so that you can now calm down and we can talk. And then the child will say, oh, let's go back to as it were. This thing cannot change. Let's not deceive ourselves. And that's a trust gap again. So all I've tried to do is to help us see how trust is lost every day consistently. When we get to the main discourse, you will see situations where we have actually lied or kept the truth undercover for longer than is necessary and for reasons that the older generation feel are really credible. But yes, we need to balance everything. So there's work to be done. And no matter how fulfilled we feel about our biological children, there are thousands out there. Character begins at home. That's the whole reason why we do this every year. Whatever I train and do in corporate organizations, if I can get this place to work well, we would have less work to deal with in workplaces because people would have built it from coming from home. So let's make this happen together. Cheers to future building conversations today. Thank you for your time.
Wow, please let's celebrate better. Yes, that was a very profound session. And I'm sure we were able to pick one or two things from what she said so far. Yes, just like I was saying earlier, a lot of times our young selves are like the most amazing set of people to deal with, and one must definitely know how to relate with them at different points in time in life. So I'm sure that we've all picked something, and I know that we would use it in the real world because knowledge is dormant when it's not activated. We all know that, so you have to use it. Once you learn something, go home. If you've been having such challenges, try and see how you can improve the quality of the life of yourself, your children, and everyone around you. So coming up quickly is spoken words from Poetic Dave, and immediately after that we would have the family fire chat with the Folutile family. All right, so let's take Poetic Dave, and we'll come back for the fire chat.
Please let's appreciate him as he comes forward.
Okay, good everyone. Like she rightly said, my stage name is Poetic Dave. And before I start, I would like to thank Mrs. Obasa for the privilege to be here. And I also like to thank every one of you for also being here. So today I'm going to be giving a spoken word speech as related to the team. And as you listen, I just hope that you are going to take something positive from here. I would love my instrumental to be on. For every new thing, there was once an old. And for every story, it was first untold. And isn't that to say, in a subtle way, that for the older generation to coexist with the younger generation, the older generation must learn from the intelligence of the younger generation, and the younger generation must learn from the experience of the older generation. The younger generation and the older generation both claim to have been raised the right way. The older generation says, do you know the struggles we faced? The younger generation says, do you know the struggles we are also facing? Yet somewhere along the line, we are focused on disagreeing rather than listening. We have suddenly forgotten that life is a relay race, and the runner doesn't win this race by refusing to give the baton. The older generation inherited resilience, and the younger generation inherited possibility. But resilience without possibility is just rigidity, and possibility without resilience is just confusion. A river does not forget its spring, but the spring may never get to see the sea. The foundation must never mock the rooftop for getting higher, and the rooftop must never mock the foundation for keeping it holding. You see, the older generation and the younger generation must learn to coexist, because the world needs more than just a perfect family on camera. It needs one that is simple and true. Because a good family is not determined by just the view, but a good family is determined by how they coexist. Because one day, this newer generation will be another generation's older generation. And one of the ways to continue this legacy is bridging the gap. Thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate him once again. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Poetic Dave. Beautifully done. How that we should bridge the gap between the older generation and the younger generation. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. We'll bring the next discussant on the podium now. Dr. Olabisi Deji Folutile. He's an accomplished journalist, educator, publisher, researcher, and communications professional with decades of experience in public affairs and media, holding a PhD and lecturing at Lagos State University. She is a member of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, who has held key editorial leadership roles, including editor-in-chief of Frank Talk, and years as a senior journalist at The Punch. Her work and public commentary focus deeply on education, leadership, public policy, and social development. As a parent and a familiar friend of the Ncps, it is our utmost pleasure to welcome her and her family to the unique segment, the Ncps featured Family Chat. Please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Let's keep doing that as she gets here. Let's keep appreciating her. Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate her as she gets. All right, let's also have Mr. Wisdom. Let's appreciate him too. All right, thank you.
Welcome, Ma. I'm going to do my own introduction of her. Okay, so Dr. Olabisi Deji Folutile is here with her son, Wisdom. So we have two wisdoms in the room right now. Mr. Wisdom here, and so I'm sure he would like to meet you. Oh, you are older. There's going to call a from you. That was on a light note. So Mrs. Folutile was my last editor before I left Punch. And I told myself today that it's my honor. It's not our first time at Ncps. She was here in 2016, exactly 10 years ago. Ma. Oh, wow. Yes. So she was at Ncps 2016 with Mrs. Yinka Ogunde of blessed memory. I honor her memory. And Mrs. Bumi okay, yes. And one of the things I like to say about her before we go into the discourse, you wanted to give me that? Okay, thank you. One of the things I like to say about her before I go into the discourse is a lot of people are intentionally rewriting certain narratives. Please don't remain at the back. I have the testimonial of her that she made working as a woman in a male-dominated, very highly demanding workspace. She made it easy for me. Please celebrate her. Yes. So if you are still there as a female boss and you have younger women working with you and you are breathing it down their throat, the curriculum has changed. Right now, women support women. I didn't even know that cliche when I saw her real time. She acted the motherly role, even though she was a supervisor, an editor, and she edited the Saturday Punch. So she's by every standard, a very strong frontline journalist. Yes, we still call ourselves journalists, but at that very, very high level. Ma, I want to really thank you. I'm someone who does plenty of retrospective thinking. And each time I do, I remember people who played key roles for me. I will never forget her always driving me to the office. I mean, I'll join her in her car. She'll just stop by at my house and I'll join her. Whether it was when I was pregnant or whether I was coming out of maternity, just all of that. Please celebrate her for me. Thank you. And this is a message because I like to seize opportunities. If you're growing as a young lady or you're already high up there, please make sure that you don't remove the stairway for others after you are aligned. Ensure that you allow them to also thrive the way you are doing. I am here, I believe, partly because she played that role. Thank you so much again, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, boss. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ma. All right, so let's go.
Am I allowed to say something?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay,
go
yeah.
on, Ma.
It's so interesting the way boss is hyping me here. But let me just say that I also want to say that I'm very proud of you, boss.
Thank you.
And I'm very proud of your achievements. I always love what you do. And every time I see you making moves, I always say, oh, great. And interestingly, too, every one of you is really doing well. And I'm so proud of everybody. All my team members, they are very, in fact, they are doing very excellently well. And that's a good thing to see as a former boss.
Thank you.
And
Thank
also, even before we go into this discussion, I think all that you have mentioned in your opening address really addressed a lot of things. And I was just wondering, what else do we really need to hear here? Because, I mean, you've touched on everything that is necessary to build character and raise generations of people that can lead a nation and make a difference in a country like ours. I just feel that you've done it all. But just to say, well done.
Thank you.
And
so
thank you
much.
for all you are doing.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you. So, when they said there's a full circle moment, yes, this feels like it for me. Thank you very much, Ma. So I'm going to go straight into when you saw the theme of this NCPS, bridging the trust gap between the older and the younger generation. What comes to mind personally from your experience? So one thing I must warn you not to miss out on whatever she's saying. It's either you have a woman in your house, is a career woman who wants to really go high, or you have a sister you'd like to help, or you are one yourself. Please fasten your seatbelt. This woman you see here has done more than 30 years, ma. Good. More than 30 years concurrently. So there's some 30 years that I did 5 years, and I did continuous in a profession where we are called gentlemen of the press. That is, you're either a man or you're a man. There's no opportunity to be a woman. And whilst your life has to answer some woman call of duty, and she has excelled. I also look at her family end. So that's my interest. And I look at her as a role model that she's doing it. You can do it too. This young man here is, permit me, I'm going to have to say baby of the family. But does it look like, no, he is not baby anymore. But how did you pull the strings? How were you able to put everything together? I would love all of those to come into your, but yes, when you saw trust gap building, how were you able to build trust with them? How weren't they thinking that you left them and you love your job? Because that's the worry of some young people. That it seems like this woman loves her job more than the family. Or maybe some men are feeling, why aren't you sitting down and taking care of the children? So it means that you're going to have to talk about your support system from husband side, or were there people in your space? Are you that woman today that they look at her like, we're proud of you and we trust that you meant well all through up till now? So I just want you to speak as you allege.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when I saw this year's team, bridging the trust gap, younger and older generation, I think that is something that has been an issue now. I see that the way the younger generation look at the older one, it's as if we are in two different worlds. And when I hear things that this younger generation talk about, by the way, kudos to the poetic guy. He did very well. He actually, he just spoke my mind about this issue. When I hear the younger generation, in fact, the things that they say worry them, I just open my mouth and I'm like, "Ele no je problem." And when they tell me,
typical Mrs. Folutile for you, where she push your over.
And when they tell me that, okay, that they are having mental things that you even tell them, honestly, it's a different world. I tell you, it's a different world. Even as an employer of labor now, and I work with this younger generation, the way they take issues is different from the way we do. As a matter of fact, you can't, when you talk, they say you are shouting. When you try to correct them, they tell you that is a bully, that you are like, it's workplace bully. So you just realize that to retain them, you have to change the way you communicate. You need to change the way you interpret even their actions. Because they tend to have mental issues fast. Before you know what is going on, they can stay one place and just be crying. And they may not even want to come back to work again. They may not want to come back to work. And so it's a very contemporary issue that we are talking about here. It's something that we need, parents need, in fact, this room should be filled with adults. That is the truth. We need to learn how to navigate this place that we have found ourselves as the so-called older generation. And like you rightly mentioned, I think learning, relearning, and learning will help a lot of us, so-called older generation, and also being patient to see things from their own perspectives. For example, when I give advice and I talk about my own experience, before I even got to where I got to, the question my children will ask me is, that you pass through that does not mean that is the right path. Honestly, that it doesn't mean that you have to go through that. You don't have to. And I'm like, me, I thought resilience was a strength. But they tell you that no, you don't have to allow anybody to treat you anyhow. But also, as parents, we must realize that today's younger generation have more opportunities. And the younger generation should also realize that they are living in a different world from ours. The opportunities you have today, we didn't have them. You can easily get out of your job today. You can be working in the US and be living in Nigeria remotely. We didn't have those opportunities. So when the older generation talk, also try to understand where they are coming from. It's not as if we too don't like ourselves. We do. But now situation. I tell people, the younger people that work with me, now situation make us also to hold on to what we have. But you know what? Like the poet guy said, there is no way you are going to throw away resilience. Even when you are trying to do what you are doing now, even with all the options that are before you, because I think that life has its lessons. And those lessons, whether you are older or younger generation, they will always come before you. They may take different shapes, but they will surely come. And those things that you think do not matter, you will now realize that they matter. And I guess the mode of presentation from parents could be the reasons why we are also having so much of mental challenge with the younger generation. Because when we talk to them and we behave as if we are superwomen, you see what the younger generation are going through. We went through them. Just that we didn't have that backing at that time. Where is the psychologist you want to go and see? Where will you even be thinking of seeing a therapist? Which therapist? Which therapist? When your parents are already breathing down on you that this is what, in fact, which therapist? This is what you should achieve, whether you have brain or you don't have brain, whether whatever, this is what you must do. This is where we want you to go. This is how you are going to succeed. And you must do it. You are talking therapist. Where is the therapist? But now, the younger generation, because they are more exposed, so even when we think they are doing things certain ways, we can also let them know that actually we too went through this. We suffered the same thing. We understand. We can empathize. We know what we are going through, but I mean, it is just what it is. This is how we think you could navigate, but for me, faith is a very strong thing for me. I am a faith person, and I believe that faith works. And I like the balance you made at the end of your presentation. Otherwise, I would have come against you. Yeah, because the Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go. When he grows up, he's not going to depart from it. It doesn't mean that you are not going to have challenges here and there. But the seed that has been sown is going to grow and is going to work. So the most important thing is that sow the right seed. Sow the right seed and keep watering the seed by your prayers, by counsel when necessary. eventually things will work well. So now going back to my work time, okay. One of the things that I realized early was that I needed to take a decision on whether I wanted to be a career person or I just wanted to be a mother. I told myself that I wanted to be a career person. And I also told myself that I wanted to be a good parent. So I took a decision that are very, very important for me. And I'm going to handle the two as very, very important. I also took a decision that I was going to be, I knew, in fact, my career is not even a good one, like she rightly mentioned. Up to today, you can count the number of females that get Nigeria. Because from the beginning, the work is not, gentlemen of the press, they don't even recognize you're a woman. So you can't even act like a woman. And in my own case, this is something I got into even before I got married. All my children, I had them in this profession. As a matter of fact, working in the Punch newspaper, and anybody that has heard about Punch newspaper, please, if you see anybody that works in Punch, always do like this. Pandaka. That place, a very disciplined, tough, and resilient place to work in. They don't take any nonsense from anybody. So you just have to be on your toes. And for you to now rise, that means that you must be doing something. You must be working maybe 3 times more than a typical man. Let me just put it that way. For a woman to be recognized as a journalist, you must have worked at least 3 times more than the typical man, because the odds are just too much against women. So I took another decision, which is the fact that I'm going to be diligent in the 2 areas. So, number 1, it's important for me to build a career and build a home. Also, I want to be successful, so I need to be diligent in both ways. And
Tell us how easy
that's where I'm coming to. That I can tell you that is not easy at all. It's something that required a lot of sacrifice. A lot of sacrifice. You know what? I was doing school run. I will leave the office. Fortunately for us, our office was at Manguru, and I was living around the Gbeda side. Okay. I will leave the office, come to work, come to school, pick the children, take them home, tell them what to eat, go back to the office. You can imagine doing that. At a time, my husband and I shared the timetable. I do maybe 3 times. He does 2 times. Then later, we had some neighbors whose children were also attending the same school. So we tried to do carpooling, sort of. So we divided the days. So maybe it became like maybe 2 times for me. Then I was now doing that, maybe coming to work once, Then my Fridays, I'm always on Fridays because I don't go to work on Fridays. That was when the children were in primary school. As a matter of fact, there was a day I left office to come and pick these children. It rained. And if you know, they were attending St. Benedict School, primary school in Gowon Estate. If you know how that place is when it rains, you know that there is a terrible place. Also, I now said, let me just pass through this Okunla way where the mountain of fire side is. Yeah, where you want to link Gowon Estate. I didn't know that the road was bad. In fact, there was a canal in that place that could carry a whole car. People inside their houses were just shouting, "Go back, go back." Meanwhile, I only left the office. I sneaked out of the office just to come and carry children. How will I do it? But I couldn't go back to the office that day. And I didn't die. I just told myself that I would not shall die. So it's at that primary school era, we left that one. So now ask me, I did boarding school. Yes, all of them. Because I was waiting for them to just finish primary school so that they can go to boarding school. Now, boarding school experience. I wanted, at a time when they were, the first two were close to one another, I wanted them to be in the same school, but it was not possible. So one was at Baptist Model School, Ijegun. The other Faith Academy. Guess what? They are visiting time, same day. What do I do? Which one would I leave? And at that time, I was even already an editor. I edited Saturday Punch, which meant I was closing. I could get home by 1 a.m. And Saturday, 2 visiting days. I will go to Ijegun, from Ijegun to Canaan land. Please, when I remember that I have a husband, so we would, and I wasn't the one driving. My husband was the one driving. So we go to Ijegun. One day, there was so much. When we got to FA, it was already 6 o'clock. They had it was winner. I told the son, please, let me just say hello. This is what we have gone through. Allow me. He kukuma opened that gate for me now. And I saw him, and we still played small, and we went back. So we did that. Now, bless God. That era went, the university era came. You see, it's good to be very, very intentional when parenting. And like I said earlier on, diligence does not come cheap. It asks everything about you, your whole being. When our children were in Covenant University, we made it a duty to always see them every Sunday. A lot of people looked at us as if we were prying too much, that are they not adults? What are you looking for? And I tell you, it is the most inconvenient thing in this world for me to do. Remember, I told you I closed 1 a.m. Canaan Land won't even now help you. Their own service is 6 a.m. So you need to leave the house latest 4:45. Do you get that? And now I now go to church on that Sunday. Their own service will end maybe like 11. The visiting time will start like maybe 12. And we now go there. We make sure we had lunch together. We talk. They share, like you were saying, the people your children are meeting, they are different from the, new exposure. They tell you some of their experiences, but I tell you that even at that, they won't tell you everything. You just have an idea, because there were things I still heard that I'm like, oh, despite all this time, all these ones still there, you understand? But it just, at least, it helps you to just be in company of one another, to just, because these are children that went through boarding school, remember, and you also need to bond with them. So, because you know also that once they leave university, it's their way out there into the world. So, whatever time you just need, that you have, you just want to just fellowship, connect with them, and all of that. So that way, God just helped. Whatever it is again now, it is God's grace. So those, those are some of the things that you just do, and you trust in God. After all of that, because it is what it is.
Thank you so much, ma. Please put your hands together for her. I have to allow her, because there's no way to tell the story of so many years in just 2 minutes. And thank you so much, ma. I would like to hear from wisdom. And that's why you're here. I'm sure you knew. So, from your end, you've always been in a Christian family. As much as possible, went to a Christian tutored school. Very intentional, I hope you know. And growing up and seeing mom and dad's career, were there times when you felt there were things you expected them to do differently? It could be at any point during growth. There could be things that have even changed now, because the older people get, the more they understand and they change their views. So looking at it and sitting on this side today to talk, holding brief for young people who are also in the audience and those watching us online, what do you think you understand better now about what they were doing earlier at a stage in life that you felt, why this? And now you understand it better. Just so if there's someone watching and they are still in that place where you were, they can see that there can be another world where you see better from right now. Yes, because you're done with school, and that makes you a full man. And so there are things that you see better now than you did see them before. Yes, whether from mom's side or from dad's side, just feel free. Let's hear it out. And please don't look at our side if you have to.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us for this. She told me many weeks ago, and she has just been always like, "Are you prepared? Have you read your talking points?" I said that I will say what I want to say. No. But yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity. I think straight to the question. Before starting, I would like to say that was very fortunate as a child. Even now as an adult, I can't say that there were too many instances where my parents were not um, like they're very good examples for us. I can say
Celebrate
that
them. Celebrate them.
um,
That's
with every integrity, because if my parents were my only role models, I still think they are good enough role models for
woo!
me.
Please celebrate that. And that's a message for all of us.
So it was very fortunate background. And then what I would also say is that in what you were saying earlier as well, it was just very resonant even as a young person, because I think there is the awareness. I think you said something earlier about how maybe you felt like there should have been a better reaction to something, but you first say, "Oh, that acknowledge that. Oh, I understand why you reacted this way," but and sincerely, that's just the I think is the key and keyhole kind of thing, where how you respond to a child also kind of determines how they respond to you. And that's been the case in our home. One thing she didn't really mention, she hinted at it, is we have a culture of openness, and we talk a lot to each other. So even at this point, I have friends my age who are like, maybe they come visiting and they're like, you and your parents are like friends, or they see like my dad and my mom in the same space and I'm just close by, and they just tell me when they are going, like, this is not how me I grew up, oh," and that kind of thing. And that's when you realize that, because there are very few things that I can't tell my mother, maybe out of respect or something, but not a fear of judgment or a feeling of like a fear of repudiation or like condemnation. She's just a very nice person to talk to. My dad as well, to the degree that he is, because we are very similar, so we don't talk a lot to each other. But then, in the case of looking back on their own lives, one thing that really helped us, and I would say if I can speak for my siblings as well, is that we always have the awareness of we judge our parents based on the context of their own background. And we try to think that, imagine we came from that background, how much can we give to someone else? So if we judge them from that, they are scoring A1. But if we try and judge them like from our own background, from our context, it's very different. My mother can just say something like she never saw her parents hug. And for her, she just says it in passing. I hug all my parents, my siblings every day. Like, it's random. I mean, like we are very. So it's just very foreign to me, and I'm like,
Wondering how is that
how
possible?
is that possible? So just also having that awareness also helps us. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Would there be anything you'd like to say about family values? You mentioned openness, that we have a culture of openness. Would you like to? Are there key family values that the Folutiles, it might not have been articulated directly, but, and I'm going to ask him if there are, he will be able to mention, like, these are the things. The baby boomer generation will always say, you must not parent of those days will say, if you steal, I kill you. If you lie, you are in trouble. I mean, there are just those things that that people of that generation who want to uphold value, they just have those. It might not be more than three, but those ones, once you do anything around it, you are in trouble. But are there values that, in addition to openness, like you said, open communication, are there other things that you recall? Okay, you want us to answer it? All right.
Well, I, like I said earlier on, we are a family of faith. So trust in God is our number one family value. Trusting in Him in every situation, and believing that He will always come through for us, no matter what the situation is. Whatever the challenge is, He will come through. So we hold the word in high esteem. Also, we have a family value of obedience to godly instructions. Whatever God says, it doesn't mean that we always do, but that is what it is. And when you go out of it, you know you have gone out of the way, but that is the way. Also, naturally, don't take anything that does not belong to you. and don't take anything except you get permission. When I was in Punch, if you know how many number of times that this boy will be calling me, Mommy, can I take chocolates? Mommy, things like that. You just need to ask before you take it. Then honesty. Then say things as they are. You don't need to lie. Nobody is going to kill you. Nobody is going to kill you. If this is it, say it. And so you don't need to lie. And such that even now, when we see people that just like anyhow, maybe just like why are you lying? Because it's not really it's not that deep. So because it's not
Thank you, Ma.
I don't
Thank
know.
you, Ma. Do you have anything to add, or she has nailed it?
Well, I would say because that is not here, but for from his end, he was also very keen on. There's something we used to do called success practices. So every day we were expected to read a book of Proverbs because there are 31 books in the book of Proverbs. So one chapter a day for a month, and we'll memorize one verse and tell him the verse and why we chose that verse. We would also he would also ask us something new we learned every day that was not school related. So just like from life, from a book you read, he was also very keen on exposing us to. So I didn't really have an experience of even maybe, when we were in school, maybe you'll say, oh, this book, my parents said is demonic. That you shouldn't read that. But that wasn't really that way because he just believed that you can't police children forever. And when they get to that point, they will now seek out those things at a point where you can't even now be under they're no longer under your watch. So he was just very keen on being the one that would bring information, and he was very kind of objective in how much information we learn, but also guiding us in the right way. So
Thank you. Please celebrate the Folutilates for me. You can make it bigger. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Does anyone have a question for them before we put a wrap to this? I'm just giving that chance. Does anyone have a question? Okay. So that means that they have carefully helped us understand from their family's point of view how they have been doing the character development thing and building stronger, more trustworthy future generation. Thank you so much, ma. Where's the photo person? Let's have pictures with them and we will go to the next point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I'll do the presentation while we take the pictures. Is Debbie here, please? Presentation of the flag. Anybody can actually come and get it, just here. Of character begins at home, at the featured family, as the featured family, pardon me, at the 12th National Character Parenting Summit, August 1st, 2026. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. MC. Okay, you're here.
All right, please let's appreciate them once again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ma. Thank you. Really appreciate it. That was a great session. Did we learn so much from that? We did. Let's appreciate them once again.
So the one part I remembered from there is don't take what does not belong to. All right, so I had nobody will kill you. They will beat you, shall. And so you have to know. But don't just do it all together. All right, that was really an inspiring session. I love to hear family stories like that that just lets you know these things are possible. You know, a lot of times they make it look like it's rocket science, like it's not going to be able to be done. It's very possible. So we're experiencing one today. It means it's possible. So for everyone who is interested in having a beautiful marriage, having beautiful
Family.
children, having beautiful life with their children, you can see it's possible. So let's appreciate them one more time.
Thank you.
So right now we'll be having a convener reintroduce a book that is vital
Today's event.
to this event and to the topic at hand. So parenting, it's a parenting on a character book for those that are parents. Yes.
Okay. In case you don't have it, parenting for character, setting up your child for exceptional life. And so I also did compilation of my little lessons from having been married for 20 years as at when I wrote this. Okay. So if you'd like to have a copy, today I decided to bring down the price by 1,000 naira just for this occasion.
That deserves a round of
Yes.
applause.
So
please.
the cover price is 5,000, but it's going for 4,000 today. If you're getting it today, you get it for 4,000. And if you're getting multiple, you can ask them for even more discount. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her, please. I like to call her, sorry, I like to call her Professor of Parenting Affairs. Can we appreciate her once again?
I thought the discount part was going to get more of the round of applause. We're Nigerians. We love when things are celebrate. Come on. All right. So I would like us to appreciate everyone that is watching online. That's why, in a way, we're not seeing somebody. A lot of people are watching online. So let's wave at them. Let's celebrate them. Let them know that we honor them. We see that they are also committed to nation building. Yes. Awesome. All right. So right now we will be having our next session, which is we'll need Mr. Oluyemi to come join us upstage. Tolulope Oduselu, the Assistant General Manager of Pertinence Group. Yes, so this session is supposed to be the minutes with the NCPS co-sponsors. Minutes with the NCPS co-sponsors. So we have the Pertinence Group. From Pertinence Group, Mr. Tolulope Oduselu. Please, let's celebrate. I hope I got that pronunciation right. All right, then he's the Assistant General Manager of Pertinence Group. Is he around? Not yet.
Okay.
So let's have from RCV, Mr. Stephen Oluyeme, the Brands Innovation Officer, RCV.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
He's my guy, yo. And so that's why I'm smiling. I like the package around the brand.
It's a lot.
Come and represent the brand. All right, so minute with the NCPS co-sponsor. So
All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, afternoon. I'm not used to Nigeria. All right, so I'm just going to go through a bit of about RCV. So RCV is the host of this event, and RCV is primarily responsible for empowering individuals and organizations with character-based strategies for sustaining all that they attain. So as we're all making efforts to aspire to Maguire, you know, you want to get there. What keeps you there is what we help you do. So this is one of our efforts to make that happen. So beyond all that we do, this is the advocacy part where we try to speak to young people, parents, and all stakeholders. There's also the business part, right? So we offer trainings, bespoke trainings to different organizations, and we can also train you and your staff as well. So whether you are a corporate organization like an actual company or a church, you lead a team or you have people around you that you're leading, we have tailored programs for you. And a quick overview of some of the things that we offer. We work around best workplace attitude. So if you're a CEO and you want your staff to be in their best behaviors, have you noticed certain discrepancies among your team, which is a character problem? We come in there and we help. So there's an employee, how many of you have seen this trend online where you see train of fire? You see a CEO sit down and they say, the employee does this train of fire. How many of you have seen that? Good. So you see that that's a character error. So we come in and we train. So if you've been looking for people that can help you train your staff members, we're the perfect fit for that. And not just because we are good at what we do, but because we're excellent at what we do. All right? We've been in this for 10 years as we started, and it's plus now, right? And to that effect, we've trained several industries, oil and gas, real estate predominantly, and what have you. So yeah, let your company be the next to train. My name is Steven, and I'm the brand innovations officer, and I have two quick things to quickly share as one of the things working on, in the next few months. So first is the digital courses. So usually what we do is we host an event like this and we tell people, oh, come around, let's train you, right? And just like we did with Sentinel some weeks back, we worked together and we got a venue outside of our office. That's a bespoke training for them, right? So we're moving beyond that point and we're democratizing knowledge to everybody. So which means that wherever you are, anywhere in the world, you can access our avalanche of resources right from your house. Is that not amazing? I think that deserves a round of applause. So that's been one of the major projects we've been working on over the last 1 year. And like I said, our offerings is best workplace practice, also customer service. There's also character-based, right? So if you're a leader, you don't just want to lead with intelligence. You want to lead with character so that you can not only attain, but also sustain it. So our courses are coming out very soon. And one thing I want us to do right now is, if your hands are not too busy, please bring out your phones. We want to follow RCV on Instagram right now. And we're going to do that for YouTube as well. On our Instagram, we're less than 900. So I think we can take it to 900 here and maybe 1,000, who knows. So please just go to Instagram and type RCV. I can see our phone is not out because she follows us. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. And, poetic. Just go around. Oh yeah, 935. Let's go. 936. So doing beautifully well. Increase it. RCV 937 years. Let's hurry up. I'm not going to wait till we're done, but please just go on while you're doing that. So let me wrap up. So the digital courses will be accessible anywhere you are, and you can always purchase them, for yourself or your team. Then the second part is we're also working on workplace verification certification. Forget the English. I'm going to explain. What that means is that we're creating a process whereby you don't just take the course. We want to create a system whereby you can be well certified that anywhere you go to, it can be one of the documents to present when you go to look for a job or when an international body wants to verify your character. Do you understand what I'm saying? So instead of just say, true to God, I'm a good person. Nobody believes your word. Show them a certificate from RCV. Come on. Right? So yes, we're working on that and it's in the pipeline. So yes, we want to be that number one organization in the world where people come to verify your character and then you can be well positioned for any opportunity, whether it's scholarship or grant and what have you. So those are the two things we're working on right now, and we'll crave your indulgence to always stay connected. If you followed, please turn on notifications because amazing stuffs are loading. And also, the third one, right, I didn't mention this earlier, is our service attitudes couch. So how many of you enjoyed the session that was held here earlier? Great. So we're bringing a TV show, and that's also in the pipeline. We just want to let you know it's in the pipeline, and as the plan makes progress, it's going to be on your TV, right? You're going to be online. You're going to watch us where we come around, bring business owners, and you hear real conversations that affect both you and your organizations. Isn't that amazing? All right. So we have so many stuffs in the pipeline, and we trust that you stay with us. 10 years in the game, we are thick skinned for this, and we're the number one person organization you can always vouch for your character certified solutions. I hope this has been amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Ray Lamar. You can have the mic now. 9:40. Let's continue following.
Please, let's appreciate Mr. Oluyemi. All right, I'm certain that those online are also following the page. Maybe that's why it's growing as fast as we are saying it. So let's do more to do that. Anybody doing something what we're experiencing today deserves all the following in the world. Yeah, so let's keep driving it. On your platforms, if you have great numbers of people, direct traffic to the place, let more people see what we need to do to improve our nation. Okay. So Mr. Solulokwe is available right now from the pertinence group. So let's have him.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. This is where we have devotion. So I'm used to the idea of coming to, in front of employees where so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this very rare opportunity. I was just in the office when the co-founder called me that I have to come downstairs to speak on behalf of the company. So first and foremost, let me appreciate the presence of the co-founder of Pertinence Group, Dr. Sunday Lonshi. A round of applause for my boss. Thank you so much, sir, for this. And I think on behalf of Pertinence Group, we want to say a big congratulations to RCV for this great conference. I recall I was having a conversation with Doctor this morning, and I said, "Oh, he's around for Ncps." And Doctor was like, "Yes, of course, I'm around. This is my program. This is our program." So it shows the level of engagement, and it also shows the kind of arts that Pertinence Group has towards this particular conference and the value that the conference holds. For us at Pertinence Group, one of the major mantra for the business is people empowerment and enterprise development. Enterprise development, people empowerment. And ingrained in that is the core value of integrity. Ingrained in that is the core value of creating a system where individuals, organizations can maximize their gains, through all of our product options, enterprise development opportunities that are available. And as a conglomerate company with many divisions across real estate, finance, construction, all of these things are done with one goal in mind. That is for individuals to come into that sense of financial freedom and exploring as many opportunities as possible for them to gain empowerment through enterprise, development. And so for us at Pertinence Group, it's such a great honor to be associated with RCV. And essentially so, one of the things that we are beginning to do as an organization is to ensure that product and services are made available to the everyday people. So, of course, while we have, a wide range of products that are at the different levels of entry, high price products, we're also looking internally to ensure that the everyday person has the opportunity to benefit from our product and services. And three of the major products that we are spearheading, at this point in time is first our products, in fintech. Genius by Petty we created to ensure that individuals have a unique experience, quite different from the everyday fintech experience. So while we have a microfinance bank, which is obviously designed to cater for the everyday people, we have also designed the fintech division of the microfinance bank that allows people to save and earn interest. So this is a little bit different from the everyday fintech, products you see around, because what we are offering now is that as low as 50,000 naira over a period of 30 days, individuals can earn 20% per annum. Now, I am very sure that NPR for, as declared by Central Bank of Nigeria, is not below 20%. And so 20% to be gained over a period of 1 year is a major, major one. And so the challenge is ongoing. We call it Genius Smart Savers Challenge. And we're encouraging as many individuals to be a part of it. Then, of course, we have also democratized our real estate, product offerings with what we call the Palm Origin and Palm Residential. So, of course, the same model works with as low as 50,000 naira. Individuals can become a part of our agricultural real estate product provisions, and even, all of our estate provision, with Palm Residential. So you don't have to have as much as 1 million, 2 million to own real estate. With just 50,000 naira, you can also become a landowner. So, of course, more of this information will be provided. I want to believe that the media team is helping us to share it. And the entry is as simple as it can get because we are technologically driven. So, all of our products are easily accessible on our platform, on Genius application, on our One App application. All you need to do is to scan the QR code, navigate, sign in, register, and navigate through our marketplace, and you get the access to all of our products. I want to say a very big thank you again to RCB for this opportunity, and I want to believe that we are having a great conference. Thank you.
Yes, let's appreciate him better than that. Yes, that was well delivered. Wow. So here is a story that I would like us to address in today's reality. It's a story from the Bible. And I want the parents to be the one to answer this question. If you were the parent of Jesus, you didn't see him for 3 days, and he told you, don't you know that I will be in my father's house? What would have been your response in today's reality? 3 days, you've checked everywhere, police have sent circle around, the missing child, different things that happened. You now, don't you know I will be in my father's house? What would be your response in today's world? I would like to hear the response to that, because as far as the Bible recorded, we did not hear anything about Jesus for like how many years after that statement?
We didn't know what happened.
We don't know what
A
happened.
lot happened, but
After 12 years, the next time we heard about it was 33 years. So, so I really like to know
what happened.
So because
All right.
it's something that is, I was just reading and I was like, really? Oh, we didn't hear about this 33 years. Did they ground him for those number of years? Really something to look at. So in this present era, I'm very sure that he would have been so beaten, like, oh, it's the last church that will pay your school fees. Don't worry. It's your father's business. All right. So going forward, we'll be having a major section for this summit. And I would like to call up all our amazing discussants. Please, let's appreciate everyone that has come up here today, because it takes a lot for you to be here and it takes a lot for you to be up here to say something that impacts lives. I also like to appreciate the media team. I said the quality of what you are doing. If I'm in my house watching this, I'm going to be saying, no, these people know what they are doing. I love what you are doing. So kudos to you also. You are not celebrating them. You should not off my mic. Oh. All right, so I'll be calling up first on the list Dr. Sunday Olorunseyi. Yes. I'm usually very excited to read your profile, sir. Yes. I'm usually very excited to read. Please, you see what I'm saying? You not clap very well for them. They already tampering my mic. All right. Okay. So, Dr. Sunday Olorunseyi is a wealth and management consultant and entrepreneur. He's a global entrepreneur, investor, enterprise architect, and business leader with over 2 decades of experience building and scaling ventures. As the co-founder of Pertinence Group and chairman of PettySave Microfinance Bank, he brings extensive expertise across real estate, finance, technology, sales, and enterprise development. He's a passionate advocate for financial empowerment and strategic growth. He has empowered thousands of individuals through business development and mentoring. As a sought after speaker, he continues to inspire emerging leaders to pursue excellence, create lasting value, and build sustainable enterprises. So he has made a lot of impact over the last 2 decades. Please let us celebrate him one more time. We're excited to see you, sir. Yes. So coming right up is Mr. Eku Emmanuel. Marriage and youth development enthusiast and entrepreneur. Is that pronunciation right? At least I need to know that I've learned that correctly. Eku Emmanuel, right? Yes. So he's an entrepreneur, a real estate and capital investment professional, and youth development advocate. As the founder and CEO of Sentinel Holdings and co-founder of Sentinel Resources and Capital Limited, he has built a growing portfolio of property and investment opportunities across Nigeria. Beyond business and wealth creation, he is deeply passionate about healthy marriages, strong family values, and mentoring young people to help them realize their potential and connect with life-changing opportunities. As a parent, it is our utmost pleasure to welcome him for the first time to the NCPS Discussants Couch. Yes, for the first time. Yes, sir. All right, so, and for our third discussant, we would have Mrs. Wemimo Adebiyi. She's a cognitive behavior therapist. She's popularly known as Auntie Wemi. Auntie Wemi. Oh, you see, that's why I need to get the pronunciation right. I like that. Apologies, Auntie Wemi. So, she's an award-winning UK-trained cognitive behavioral therapist, certified social mental health practitioner, decade of experience. So you can see that we are hearing decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, things that are very important to how the young people should actually see stuff. It means you can be somewhere and you are doing very well for that length of time and be making that kind of impact. It's why we are celebrating them today, because of their impact over the years. So she's a cognitive behavioral therapist, certified worker, and mental health practitioner with over a decade of experience supporting children, adolescents, and families, specializing in CMHS, early childhood trauma, and domestic violence support. She is a respected speaker, media resource person, and child protection advocate dedicated to raising emotionally healthy young people. She's also a parent, and it is her utmost pleasure to welcome her once again to the NCPS Discussion Couch. Welcome.
Please put your hands together for Rila Man, Rila for Rila. And his co-compare, Sarah Ali Oiza. The Oiza part is very important. Okay, welcome everyone once again. Like you heard, we're working on something that will make us sit down like this and talk a lot more around service attitudes. And you will see the updates when we might be calling on some of you to be guests on that show anytime soon, by God's grace. It's online actually. We're not starting with main TV because we want to grow from here to there. We don't want to grow from here to here. All right. So thank you. Thank you. Please celebrate my guests once again. You're going to permit me to do something similar to what I did earlier on. I want to help you know how personally connected I am to the people you have here. Usually for Ncps, we don't just pick anybody. We pick people based on testimonials and stories over the years and based on relationship as well. So let me begin from my far right, from Mr. Eku. He has been professionally introduced, but I want to introduce him cordially now. So he is one of, I got to know him as one of the clients to RCB, but now very much a brother, both in Christ and in business. And today, he's not coming as a real estate person. He's here to talk about one other area of his passion, which is family and marriage. So we're looking forward to sharing from your wisdom around that. And here you have Madam Wemi, Auntie Wemi. She's been here maybe like almost 4 times already. Sometimes she wasn't here physically. She did a video and sent. She always helps us make sense of the mental. You know, Mrs. Felicity was saying a lot about that. Why do these people always have, so she helps us make a lot of sense around that. Take us through the psychology or behavioral therapy of all that is happening around us. And then we have Dr. Sunday Olorunseyi. You're going to permit me to celebrate him. It's not his birthday, because this thing happens online a lot. Once you put somebody's picture and say something, people will not read. They just say happy birthday, happy birthday. So I'm just saying it's not his birthday, but I want to let you know, just like I drew a lesson when I was talking about Dr. Folutile, that there are things that are not popular, but it does not make them unimportant. And if certain things are happening differently for you, do not insist that you must stay with a narrative that is not your truth. I notice that in these days, people just want to follow what is popular, even when they see the possibility of things happening differently. I've been privileged to have Dr. Sunday Olorunseyi as a major help and support in my assignment. And I want to take this moment. I told God, I said, God, they are going to give me permission to celebrate your son at NCPS. I actually did that. So be calm. Don't think that you're not taking the glory. You know the way we Christians are like, boy, yeah, you can still go ahead and do like this if you want to do. But here is the point. He has practically role modeled and mentored business to me for all the years that I've had to do this. A total of from about 13 years ago when I first had the idea of I wanted to do this, from getting to be confident that I wasn't stupid. I mean, because yes, my decision looked stupid. And I will not blame anybody who may have thought that because it didn't look like I was thinking straight. How can you leave something that seemed to be regular and you possibly had a greater future and you want to go do something else? And from that first idea, and I spoke with him and said, do you think that I'm starting this out too early? I will never forget him saying, no, you're not starting out too early for entrepreneurship. If anything, you might be running late before you know. That's so you are in a good place to continue. And I just needed to let him know that for every counsel he has ever given, they stay with me. I do not I do not let them just go that, oh, is it not my brother that is talking? That's one thing. Then the other part is to celebrate his humility. In the days when we first started, not only did they give facility, himself and his partner, of course, influenced by him, because probably if I didn't know him, I wouldn't have had access to his partner. And when I started with the Character Ambassadors Forum, because of him, people in his company will attend. That's one. So I had people starting out to listen to me. That was one. Not only that, as busy as he was, he will always ensure he attended. Each time I keep archives a lot. So each time I'm saying, like, how did he even get the time? It shows how intentional he is about supporting. And please, I want you to please put your hands together and celebrate. Thank you. I think the third point I want to make, because of the kind of generation that we are in, and because this is a family event, is that look for mentors, what do you call it, influencers and role models outside when they have some inside. It is not smart. If what you are looking for outside is inside, why commonize what you have inside? Only to go and celebrate what's out. I need that to also change, because that's a narrative that cannot really, can't continue. If someone is inside, whether they are younger or they are older, that's not the issue. The issue is they, by all form of credibility and qualification, pass for the same thing you are celebrating outside. Please give them their flowers. And it's very important. So thank you. I celebrate you. I thank you for supporting the RCV vision in every single way. Some people will give you money, but you will never see them. But no, except he's not around, you are sure that he will show up. Even yesterday, I was shocked to see he still came to check how we were doing with putting things together. That's how hugely I value him, and I celebrate you. I need the whole world to know that you are a good person, and anybody who's ever in doubt, well, at your own loss. Thank you very much. So thank you. Please celebrate him once again. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go on now. Thank you for permitting me to do that. Yes, we're going to go on by saying, what did you think when you first heard trust gap? Is there a gap at all? Is there even a gap, or are we making things up? Is there a trust gap? Is everything that young people are seeing, is it encouraging them that we can follow the older people closing our eyes? People in politics, they say not too young to run or to rule or to do all of that. Can we close our eyes and just follow what we're hearing? Back in the family, can I close my eyes as a son and follow my father? What are the realities? What odds if I do? You know, wisdom was saying he's blessed to have come from a foundation where, if he has not needed another role model. That's a very huge statement of facts for anybody to put out there. And it is reality. It is his truth. Is there a trust gap, Mr. Eku?
You are not adding trust. I was thinking you are asking whether is there a gap on the first place.
Yeah, that's the trust gap.
Okay, the trust gap.
Let's stay with the trust. Is there a trust gap at all between the older and the younger generation? Whether workplace or family or society or politics, is there a trust gap at all?
I don't want to think that.
Anyone.
I don't want to think you're adapting the topic. There is a gap. And I want to begin by appreciating everyone for being here. I've been to Ncps the 5th time.
Woo!
As attendees. So it's a privilege ever since I connected with my boss, who I'm sharing the stage with today too. Dr. Sonda Loroche is my business mentor. Please appreciate him. It's not only Posede that he's impacting. He has impacted a lot of people, and he's impacted me particularly because my partner worked with them before we began. In fact, it's a long story. I won't go into that. So it's a privilege sharing a stage with my mentor. That means young shall grow actually. All right. So, straight question. I don't know the angle I'm coming from as family enthusiast, as a businessman, and as a youth advocate. From family. By design, there is a gap. By design. The way nature designs things, there should be a gap. because we are different people. And if we are different people, we are all different makeup. And character, even though character by definition and by design also doesn't change, people do. Generation, approach, and all of that. And fact. So, but the point I want to make is that we must understand that it's a gap and we must be responsible, because some of them are not our making. I didn't make myself a millennial. Just like a Gen Z didn't make him or herself a Gen Z. So there is naturally a gap. That's why I say by design, there are gaps. But part of the reason why this meeting, I think, is put together is to begin to address this gap as it pertains to trust. Because, character. And also because it shouldn't change. Character shouldn't change. Trust should be earned. While we watch these characters from these different generation, different dispensation, different nature and all of that, how do we begin to approach issue of character so that we won't lose it? Because that is what I think we are here to, to discuss
So
and
for
ensure
you,
that
there's a gap
there is a gap.
by design.
Yes.
And biological design, if that's what you're saying.
Everything there is a gap because we are not the same and we have different generation, we have different dispensation and all of that.
So that makes this conversation important.
Very valid.
To sit down and then think of how to bridge it.
Very valid.
Okay, so Auntie Wemi, is there a gap? Or this is just a...
All right. So excuse me. Good morning, everybody. It's a
Afternoon
privilege.
already.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. It feels like morning in
Yeah.
here. Yeah, so it's a privilege to be here once again. I like to say yes. The gap is very obvious. And I would like to mention two major gaps.
Okay.
Okay. I like education gap. And I'm not talking about the regular education gap. I'm speaking about parents and then the knowledge gap between the older and the younger. Now, when it comes to education gap, I normally ask parents, if you're parenting an adolescent, a young person, do you understand the peculiarity of the individual you are parenting? Do you understand their personality? Do you understand the psychological makeup? Do you know how they are wired? So that on its own, it's a major gap. Because sometimes, the religious aspect, the cultural aspect, and all of that, the traditional aspect, we allow that to enter in to the way we interact and relate. But if you miss out on the psychological makeup of whether the male or the female adolescent you are leading, there's going to be an obvious gap. And when we talk about that education, now we're also looking at the emotional makeup. Because at every developmental stage, I'm going to bring in my field here. Every developmental stage, okay? You talk about the first 10 years, the second 10 years, the third 10 years of the individual in terms of the young person. There is something changing. There's something growing. There's something moving forward. Nothing is static. But you are the parent. You just believe I'm the individual. I knew about you. I'm caring for you. And then you become so paranoid dealing with that individual. So there is a gap. Let me stop there.
There's a gap. Okay. Okay, we'll take this. There a gap shot from Dr. Olorunseyi. From your personal point of view as a parent, you've even done cross-cultural parenting. Yes. Parenting here in Nigeria, parenting there where you stay in Canada. And so is there a gap? And what gap shocks did you have to, when you moved your family to Canada? Were there culture shocks that showed you that, what's happening here?
Right, thank you so much. Please help me celebrate Mrs. Bosedi Olushola Obasa. Thank you so much for adding value to my life. Permit me to say that whatever I'm doing today, I'm enjoying the privilege of you guiding as an elder sister. You found God early enough, and you dragged me, you know. I wasn't always a good boy growing up, as in stubborn, always wanted to be out there, but you, on your knees, you dragged me to Christ, 1995, and that was the turning point in my life. So you didn't just do that for me, God used you for our family too. My parents, my siblings, and a narrative for our family. I shouldn't be sitting here by design because we didn't look like it. But when we found God, He changed the story. And that's why whatever privilege we have now, we want to be magnanimous in giving, in passing it on, because by design, like I said, we shouldn't be here. Thank you very much, man. And thank you, Dr. Fulutile, for honoring the invite and wisdom. You demonstrated wisdom. I love the part when you said, I don't need any point, just leave me. You know. So, yes, there is gap, and you mentioned a very big one, which is the trust gap. The problem we have is most of the parents in our own generation did more of monitoring and not mentoring. They wanted the best for us, but some of them did not understand that the kids they are trying to raise will learn faster by the life they lived rather than the things they said. So children grew up observing that there wasn't alignment between the lived life and the taught life. And whenever you have that disconnect, definitely it has created a gap. So you see parents trying to make children do things that they have not exemplified. It becomes very difficult. And once there is trust gap in any form of relationship, be it father or parents to children, spouses, employer, employee, in any form of relationship. Once there is trust gap, the relationship is already distorted. And we may not be able to influence ourselves. You know, leadership has been defined as influence. And when people hear the word influence, most times we see it from the person above influencing the person below. That's not correct. The influence can be 360 degree. So the parents must be open enough to know that the children can influence them positively, because our worldviews can be different. The places I go to as parents are not exactly the same places my kids go to. So the things they see and the kind of people they interact with and the things they hear might be entirely different from what I see by virtue of the places I go and the people I meet with. So when we come together as family, we should be able to learn. Now, for the culture, for the shock, right? Interestingly, for us, there wasn't really much of it. And this is not me trying to package. the kind of parents we wanted to be, whether we're in US or Canada, we were already that kind of parent in Nigeria. So when we traveled, we didn't have to struggle with the parenting style. I'll call it that we had the privilege of time. Not every parent has that. I count it a privilege that both my wife and I will work for ourselves. That's the number one thing. So it was easy for us to design managing the family around each of us playing our part. So when we talk about intentional parenting, we weren't just doing intentional parenting, we were intentionally present in their lives. So intentional presence, I feel, made it easier for us to manage. So even when we moved abroad, I travel a lot, but even in my trips, you can see the connection so strong. While seated there, I've chatted with my son, I've chatted with my daughter. We have two of them. And it's just like that. That communication flow has always been there. So now that they live abroad, they find it easy to let us know almost everything that is happening out there. But to be sincere, we also made ourselves available for them to speak to us about every and anything. Let me close with this. Of course, there are things they are more comfortable discussing with me, and there are things they are more comfortable discussing with their mom. But you know, as parents, I hope they are not watching. Whatever you tell mommy, she will still tell me. And whatever you tell me, mommy will know about it. But they just feel like, okay, when it has to do with this, I think daddy will understand better. Let me speak with him. This one, just leave that man. Go and meet mommy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if we can connect some of the things we are hearing with what the first session during the family fire chat. Some of the things we learned there, intentionally connecting with your children. And the family fire chats, our main speaker, Dr. Folutile, was very busy and still very busy. Or maybe she has more control over time now than it was then. But even as at then, she said how she sacrificed to connect. And we're hearing it again that you have to be intentional about connecting. It's not as if everything will suddenly become light. If you are waiting for that time when everything would have become easy, it will not come. As long as, like her, you want to be successful in career, you want to be successful in family. Those days, they'll say that once you're a journalist, you can't have a good home. And I was as greedy as her, as a younger woman too. I wanted both. I told myself I didn't want, and in fact, underneath, because she superintended the valedictory session when I was going. I was like, where are you going? I can't understand why you are going. You know, she was telling me that. But in my mind, I knew that the main person who was supporting me, who had the time to be there to support, in addition to my husband, at a point, she passed. And then my husband got busier. And I just felt I was losing touch. That was underlining. My husband never wants me to leave because of that. He wants me to leave when I'm satisfied. But I felt that that was a major trigger. But there was no way I could be saying that at an office session, you know. But I know she was really worried that this young woman, are you sure that you have thought very well? And there's another boss of mine that was asking me, are you sure? So even when I left thinking that I wanted to buy time, I still know that it's about being intentional about that time. It's not that the time is going to become 34 hours all of a sudden. It's still going to be 24. And the things you value, you must just make time for them. And she was talking about how they go every Sunday. I know that theirs is easier because they go to Canaan Land every Sunday. But it's also not easy because she has worked till 1 a.m. the day before. And our job was not a job that when you're at home, you're at home. Your mind is on the job. Even when you were not in the office,
Every time I'm asking my people around me, any major thing, I will ask everybody that I'm going to attend meeting on Monday, guys. Anything they happen. If I see my neighbor, one of my neighbors is there, I will ask anybody, is anything happening that? Because you just want to be able to speak sense when you go to the meeting on Monday. That's how jealous that job has continued to be. It hasn't changed. So you have to make time. I'm pressing that in because I've seen it re-echo from her and then to those who are on this side. In intentionally parenting, you must make out time, no matter what you do, because they said children don't only want our presence, that the things we give them as gifts, they want our presence. So those two P's, there's presence you give and there is presence you give. And God will help us so we're able to balance it out. And that's going to lead me to asking him, Mr. Iku, around the question of being a career person. Is it a design that your madam is not as out there right now? Yes. Is it a design? Because I know you were the one who was make that word design to come today. Maybe people are speaking from real estate. You say design, this person to say design. Yes. So was it a design that that okay, well, this is our plan for now, you do this? Just like he helped us in our family. My husband has always been self-employed. That has helped. I'm not sure I would have survived the journalism I did. I'm not sure I would have survived it. So is it a design that for now you be doing this, let me be going everywhere for us, just so that you're building career and you are still able to build children that will build tomorrow?
Wow, that's a great one. Well, I will have a system architecture himself here. So I'm not a design, proponent, so to speak. But then, named, meaning that most of my contemporaries are married before me because I was afraid of marriage. I needed to get into marriage and do it right. So it sponsored most of my early decision. In fact, I got of my life, I had to begin to put together what my marriage should look like. And I was so careful because I won't impose it on my wife. It will be something we need to understand and agree so that we can run it to the point that we give ourselves a marriage certificate. Apart from what church did, we wrote certificate ourselves.
What does it look like?
Oh, you need to see. Because now we define what our vision is in that certificate and we both signed it. And part of our design is that by the time we are done with honeymoon, first point of was to go to her parents to present that certificate. And by the time we are done,
I'm getting confused here now. How did the parents come in?
Because they need to allow us to live our life.
Okay.
Because there is an influence coming from her, and these are people that also validated our marriage. They need to understand what we're going into also. But we were strategic because we understand it. We were smart enough to get their approval. Now we want to do our thing, but we still need their understanding of what we're going into. It was a problem. If not that I got the buy-in of my wife, it would have been a problem at the basis. In fact, she's only daughter. and she's the first daughter, only daughter. When you are reading a certificate your doctor signed that with or without children, this marriage will hold, what do you think? So see, that's why I said it before. Please design a narrative that is your truth. Don't copy anybody, but understand patterns. Learn from people, but look into. That's why I say vision is critical. I rep Emival dynasty. That Emival dynasty is Emmanuel and Valentina. And we are dispensation and decade thinkers before we began marriage. But that's one of the things we also need to close, the gap we need to close in this issue of trust across generation. Because if you know you are not going just to get married and have sex and have children, that is a destiny you have come to midwife. There is a family that you are a dynasty mindset. Because the nation is down because homes are down, family are down, and all of that. So I think it begins from there. This thing I'm going into, do I understand it? Because a lot of young people are scared of marriage because of so many things that are going on. Some are traumatized. Some can't see it. Even good people are suffering in silence. Some singles that are supposed to have married 5 years ago, they are not ready to marry because so much are going on. And it appears that the bad ones are louder than the good ones. So I think it begins from there. Let's begin to design what we want to see, understanding that we are handing over a generation that would take it from where we stopped. And that is where trust is critical, because part of the trust, generational gap theory says that the current generation, in fact, the next generation should be better than the current generation. And if that is not the case, it's not the problem of the next generation. The problem is with the generation that handed over to them. So a lot.
Will it be fair on the older generation to make that assertion?
It's not even about being fair, because you that is claiming you are current generation, you will soon midwife another generation. You must be careful. If you blame me that I'm older, I don't understand you. Get ready, because alphas are coming to hold you to your teeth. You that is a Gen Z, watch out for alphas. And if alphas think that they are having their few days, they watch for the betters. So every generation was responsible. And that's why when you say about that education, you must understand, because we must be adaptive. That flexibility has to be there so that we can actually midwife a generation that can trust us. Why that happens. Let me stop here for now.
Wow, thank you. Please, that's a good place to clap. What I picked from him is another word around being intentional. And it's being intentional couples. So we have seen intentional couples, intentional parents, intentional presence. Yes, so we are drawing it, trying to close in all of the lessons, closing on the lessons that we're picking, so that as we go back, we would have wasted our time if all we came here to do was just to listen out and then let it fly away. I'm looking forward to we getting back and looking at places where we need to put some shocks and then bring balance. It doesn't matter how old or young your children are. These things are very important. Even if you have missed it with them and they are already old, you can still tell them that, look, I couldn't give this to you, but I learned it. So please ensure that you give it to your children. So there's nobody in this room who does not need what we're talking about. This is a place for me to ask you to please send in questions if you have things that bother you and you like any of people on this side to help you with them. We will not be able to do mic by mic because of time. So please just pen it down and they would attend to it. Auntie Wemi, what happens when a child says to the parents, you won't understand? How careful should you become when your young person starts using that phrase for you? Should you just look at it and say, oh, what's there to understand? Or does it have connotation when a child is supposed to engage in a conversation with the parent or a senior person, and you thought the word slipped out of their lips, but they use that word, and that word is out there today. In fact, it's on the lips of a lot of Gen Zs.
to millennials, to Gen X, to baby boomers, much more. They say you understand. And I'm sure that when you hear that. And how swiftly should you move? What should you start learning or getting ready to do?
Okay. Can I go on? So when a child says to you, you won't understand. It's because the child feels misunderstood by you.
A trust gap comment.
Not at that moment, before that moment. And then one thing about, because when we talk about children, sometimes we believe we're talking about younger kids. We're not talking, we're categorizing them 0 to 18. Okay. So for that child to have been able to say, you won't understand.
That's like a conclusion.
Yes, you have helped that child to become conclusive over you as the adult in their space. Maybe at a time you have not listened when they needed to be understood. Maybe at a time you judged when the realities were all over them. And maybe at a time when they needed somebody to say, yes, you fell. Yes, I am not validating this, but I am not condemning you either. So when the big stuff happened, you cannot understand because they won't let you into that space where you should understand. So it must have been a journey where the adult in that space missed it. And when we're talking about missing it, it's so easy to miss it. Very easy. And if you do not pay attention to it, you would have to be the one running after to catch up. But at that time, they've gone ahead. They've developed their own community. They've developed their own habit. They've developed a safe space, which may not be a safe place for them indeed. So what we're saying is, as a parent, as an individual, try and work on yourself to the point that nothing should catch you by surprise. When you're dealing with an individual, a young person around you, think ahead. This child will misbehave. Something would happen. Because most times we don't prepare our mind for them to misbehave. Now, I want to share something. Okay?
Why should we? Why should
You
we?
have to. Because they will shock you. Let me use that word. They will do things. Because you see, when it comes to the mind, the brain, the psychological makeup of an adolescent, they are risk takers. Whether you validate it or not, there's something, the adrenaline in them just wants to go, just wants to do. They are very curious and they go for anything and everything. So you cannot really tame them. You can only mentor them, guide them, and put them on the right path. But that you will stop them from doing it, going for it, then you are not ready for it. Now, I want to share something something that happened to me. My daughter is in the uni. She's going into 300 level. About 2 months ago, we had a challenge with her. Okay. How would you figure it out that Auntie Wemi's daughter, all right, you know what that means? Okay. I got a call from her school, a private uni. They carried out a test, drug test, and she came out positive. What kind of drug? Substance use. By the time we tracked everything, she opened up. The first person she called was her parent. So the question is, can your child call you first when they are in a deep shit? Will your reaction put them off? Will them continue new confession. The first conversation is not a real story. Did you get that? It's not always a real story. They only tested your reaction. So if you're used to reacting, I told you. Sometimes they may even finish the line for you. I knew you were going to say that. Okay? Or they could rub it in. The ones who have mastered your emotion. Because if you're not careful, your young child will be the one in charge of your emotional reactions. Because they can tell what to throw at you off their path. They can tell how to manipulate you to make them do what they want you to allow them do. And sometimes they could trigger you so that they could clear you off their path so they could go ahead and do whatever they wanted to do. So you need to be that knowledgeable parent. It starts with you. We talked about being intentional. Intentionality begins with you. Do you know who you are in terms of your personality? It's something you should never, ever turn your at. Then it will help you to understand the child or the adolescent around you. I'm speaking about your own child because sometimes, okay, it's not usually far fetched. If you are able to deal with the one that came from you, it's going to be easier for you to understand the ones that are around you. It's simple. Just give or take. It's only one or two, three differences here and there that makes all of them different. So back to my story. Our daughter called and she was weeping. What happened? They carried out a random test, drug test, substance abuse test, and I came out positive. How do you expect me to react? I've told you this, girl. You are the one that you put me in trouble. Some of us, that's how we are. The first thing that came to me that day I was home, the chill that came from my head because I didn't know what to think. I didn't know where this was coming from. The first question is, where are you? Sometimes they will just escape because you have become the lion of the tribe of your home. And they are like the lion, my mommy, my daddy, they are seeking for me to devour me. I must not meet you in that class. I must not meet you at home. Oh. Do you understand? But the truth is, the first thing, like I said, where are you? I'm here, I'm here. Okay. Are you with your phone? Pick that phone, leave that place. And I started giving her instructions. Can I speak to someone? Have you called your daddy? So at that point, I was rendering first aid assistance. Now, don't speak to anybody about this. So, I have taken over because it did not begin with that one call. Did you get me? So you have to build that journey. It's a journey where you get to a point where your child will feel like you are the only solution that I need right now. Okay, so what happened to her? Long story short, we want to see the result. The school said the result is their personal, uh, but I said, no, this child is mine. You can't hold what belongs to my child in your possession. At least let me see. So based on my field, I needed a second opinion. So I called and I started making contact. Now, as I was doing that, I was speaking to her, reassuring her. That's how it goes because they will get into trouble. That's the truth. It's not a curse. They will, no matter how big or little. And in between, she was writing her test in school, academic test. Can you still write the test? She said, yes, I think now I can write it. Anything could have happened. Long story short, I took her elsewhere, ran the complete test, like about 12 tests of all these drugs and substances and all. Within 24 hours, it came out negative. And I said, yes, we have have something to work on. And they discovered that, do you want me to say it? She ate a piece of cake called brownie cake from a friend who usually has this thing online, and she never knew what was in it until the girl entered into trouble and the school suspected her behavior, and they said, we're going to take her for tests. The girl, who happens to be her distant friend, came out positive. Then they told her the implication of this, and she said she wasn't going to go down alone. She started mentioning names and put her in trouble. Now, look at how we were able to resolve this issue. And they discovered she wasn't a user, it was not accidental. Now, why am I taking us through this journey? Your child, you should always be the point of call when they mess up. I used to say it to some young girls. If today you got to know that you got pregnant, what would you do? Hey, I cannot go home. Oh. Hey, I cannot. And then you can tell the kind of relationship they have with their parents. I have told her, if it happens, I know I believe in you. I want to believe in you. Come home. Okay? Come home. So the reason they are telling you you can't understand is because you have not shown understanding with little misbehaviors, little errors. You are not correcting with one hand and pulling them back with both hands. No, not the other hand, though. It's both hands. You make them face the consequences and then you walk with them as they are facing the consequences. You'll be needing both hands. Let me stop.
Oh, are we getting something? Some people are listening to this thing today. It's only 4 years, 5 years, 8 years time they will need it. But please put it in an archive where you can pull it out from when you need it. You don't need to face another class like this. You have heard it. And from someone who knows and also shared from experience. The questions are already coming in. I will ask Mr. Lonshay one question and then we'll take question from the audience. And it's another line that is very popular. And looking at it from, so we saw the huge issue of trust there and how to mitigate, how to ensure that you build, you maintain, and recover it if it gets lost. So how do you come to children or younger people's level? Recently, you did something as an employer. You did a Gen Z hangout. I can't remember if it was this year or last year.
No, just this April.
No, there was one you went. Okay, it was April. Okay,
Just
oh,
this
sorry, we're
April.
already. So it is
This
a
April,
Gen Z
yeah.
hangout with that generation working here at Pertinence. And I'm like, interesting. And I saw all of them up into the bus and everything, and he was there with them. How do people of older generation choose to come to the level of the younger persons just so that they can influence them? How do you do that? I want you to share. What works? What happens in your head when you decided, I'll go out with the Gen Z? I'm most productive on the team. Is that the reason? If anything, I think that productivity for them can be either here or there. Sometimes it can be high, another time it can be anything. You cannot predict nothing. So why? And so what can you tell us about coming down to people's level just so that you can influence them or get the better out of them to come out?
Right. Thank you so much. And Auntie Wemi, thank you. And Mr. Emmanuel, I've been learning from the conversation. Sincerely, starting with that story, I took them out to learn from them, not even to influence them. It started in the office. I decided to have some time with them. So I told the HR to give me a list of those that are Gen Zs in the organization. And I realized we had over 40 of them thereabout. And I said, this is significant. This is the future of this organization. And the earlier I sat down with them to understand what they have in their minds or in their heads, the better for us as an organization. Because part of the problems we have in leadership is that we are still busy trying to solve yesterday's problem. But this generation, they are trying to solve tomorrow's problem today, especially in the workplace. If you see what artificial intelligence is doing to us in today's world, you realize that some people are already living 10, 20 ahead. Technology is very significant now. Amplified influence. Influence used to be by proximity. But today, technology has amplified influence. Someone in Japan can be influencing your children. Like I got to know is it KK, some kids in maybe Japan or Korea, KK something. I know my daughter, I think they do dancing and none of us know them. No, not K drama. I think they have this group. I don't know. K-pop. Yeah, K-pop, Now, my daughter loves them so much that she knows their story, whatever is happening in that group and like that. And they are far away is it China or Japan? One of the two. Korea, right? So, born in Nigeria, living in Toronto, Canada now, but being influenced by some people in Korea. That's what technology has done. So they know more than you think they know. So when they say you can't understand, I'm trying to connect that simply because their worldview is different from yours. So we must be humble enough to learn from them as much as we want to impact them. There's empowerment and there is suffocation. We must be able to draw the line, because as much as we are trying to mentor, we are trying to empower, they don't want to be suffocated at the same time. And suffocation means our own ideas, the way it worked for us, we are trying to force it through their own truth and saying this was how it happened for us. We must also realize that they can be different, their approach to things. My son and my daughter, they are two different serious, as in she's the younger one, but if you see her talking to my elder brother, you think she's the older. Sit down there. At your age, you should be by now. I'm telling you, this, even my wife, the one happened most recently, just my wife mistake trying to record her secretly while she was addressing the older brother. And immediately she said, so you two, you are not taking, like, you are still recording. With everything. You are the one spoiling this boy. But they love themselves so much that the elders never for once raised his voice at what you are so proud of because you are a child. No matter the younger one say keeps his cool, all the talking and like that, and the next thing you hear, and she are down. Also affects the way so she's very outgoing. She's got so many friends, and for us, we needed to, so we understand the different kind of people she hangs around with. That want to attend the party. She said, and you are not sure what's happening, but the boy always wants to be indoor. Just give him PS5, right? If you want to ground him, take the PS5 away from him. Then, so we should rather see them as people we can learn from and not just trying to force our ways to them. Does that mean the things we know we shouldn't teach? We should continue to do that, but we must learn to communicate it in a way they will love to listen. When we talk about our kids being our friends, let's see it from the angle of the way you relate with your friend. So it won't just be lip service. Will your friend want to talk to you and she'll be afraid? That's not possible. Your friend can even correct you when she feels you're wrong. If we can create that kind of space where they can talk to us the way your daughter called you, and you were the first person she called, the world is going to become a better place. We're talking about decadence in Nigeria today. I've forgotten that when it comes to character building, it's a core responsibility of the family. So the guy that went out there and stole money that even the next 5 generations cannot finish spending, and maybe the money is meant for power, and today the whole nation is suffering from lack of electricity, came from a family. The one that carried gun, one came to this office yesterday to steal. Yeah, one of my friends arrived from Canada, and I told the person that drives me, please quickly go pick this guy. So he came to my office, and from there just left. Didn't remember to close his, lock the office. And normally Friday is a work-free day for our employees, or they work from home remotely, on Fridays. So you see a man that is supposed to be somebody's maybe boyfriend or father or whatever, walked into the office from the gate, and we watched the CCTV all through till the point he stole laptop, and came with his he had nose face masks and like that. You see, stole the laptop, and we're just watching everything from big. So if that person is caught now, I've said you should send it to the police, and he's been disciplined out there. He came from a family. The character it displayed out there is not something to be proud of, but the parents might have failed him. It's not always the parents anyway. Let's not judge the parents. I love what he said. The generation complaining about, they shouldn't worry. Ọmọ tó bá ní bàbá òun ò là, ọmọ tó bá ní bóyá ìyá òun ò lówó lọ́wọ́, ẹnu ẹ̀ ló, no problem. The interpretation in English, if you look at your dad, you say your dad is poor, your mom is not successful. Don't worry, you're on track. We'll see what your own what your own children will tell you. Thank you, man.
Okay, so it's time to pick questions from the audience. We have received some questions. Mr. Oluwarotimi will read them out so that they can be responded to.
Yes. One of the questions says, how do we deal with young men wearing earrings and braiding their hair? Some of them are behaved.
Rizoma will answer that question.
So it's not a case of just a Yahoo voice. Should I come again?
I think it's clear. Okay, no, in case because I'm interested in that.
Okay,
question.
How do we deal with young men wearing earrings and braiding their hairs? Some of them are well behaved, so it's not a case of just Yahoo boys.
You have balanced it. You said some of them are well behaved. You see, this also has to do with the way parents guide their kids. So let me use my son as example. He suddenly came up, he keeps very full, as in extremely full. So, and he came and said he wanted to braid his hair. And
Rose, you wanted to do. He wasn't
so for me, I knew where it was going to end if we force him to say you can't do it, and we stamp the ground. Then we're going to college next year, and that's when we'll get the report card of whatever we do, because this happened early this year. But my wife was so worried, like, where is this coming from? Why will you say you want to braid the hair? This, that, that. I said, leave him. Don't push like you don't want that to happen. Do we have a problem with people braiding it? No. It's not like we have a problem with it. I have people walking around in our organization, and when I see them braid hair, I won't tell them, when will you introduce me to your hairdresser so that they can come and just to make them feel comfortable. We don't have a problem with that. So, but my wife wasn't comfortable with him and doing that at his age. So she was trying to, I said, no, calm down. Don't try to make it look like once he braces is you know that kind of. So they continued the drama, and eventually he braided the hair. You know, after 2 weeks, that nobody complained by himself. He said he wanted to. Nobody complained. I didn't complain. I told my wife, just leave him. After 2 weeks, he said he wanted to lose the. And my wife was wondering. You know what he now did that shocked my wife? He went to the salon. The hair that he has been keeping for 7 years.
or the nose you took out of the house. I had this experience with my daughter. I'm not sure if you know, she just tried her hands and she came home with a pierced nose. Not the very obvious ones. You needed to see her when the head is up this way in. So how did I observe it? We were together. And this talks about sharing time. They won't tell you some things. You will just get to see them because you are around them. They won't come for permission. See, if you're still waiting for this generation to come to you to ask if they could, then you are very big in their hands. You are very big. And maybe you have done your assignment and they still revere you. Some of them will not. They tell you, I felt like doing it and I thought I could do it. I like it. Okay, so as a older, the older generation, one of the ways you need to be current is plug into what they like, whether you like it or not. Those entertainment things that make them tick, hang around them. Things that interest them, try and plug into it. Now, there's something I wrote here. The cultural gap touches on fashion. You have to learn what's in vogue right now. This hair making of hair for boys, for males, let me use that word, is in vogue. Ear pressing is in vogue. Drawing, I think sometimes that's how you know who they truly revere, who their models are, and who exactly is influencing their mind. And sometimes the relationship they are into. Because what they do nowadays is they now draw each other's images on a particular part of the body. Now, I'm going somewhere with this. Now, the values you have laid, the foundation you have used in raising this individual will determine how far they go in embracing all of these things. But the assignment is with you to project ahead, 5 years' time, 10 years' time. This child's interest will change. Accept it. I was still discussing with my husband. He's around, he's somewhere there working. As we were coming, I said, we need to have a session with our child, and I want you to do it. We need to revisit the faith that we think, so that you will not think this child still believes in what you believe in. Got a lot of things going on out there, and you just believe your child is also on the same page as you are. I knew someone who just went to the UK to study, masters. Within 3 years, came back home with a mail. This is my spouse. Yeah. Somebody I related with. Okay? So how could that come as a shock? The parent did not prepare for it. You are sending them out, you are relating with them. Every environment, geographical environment, comes with its own issues. So, have you done your study to know what are the peculiarities? What are the things that this child is likely going to struggle with? Or what, is my child struggling with at the moment? So, also the religious gap. I want to bring it in. Moral values. What maybe we should revisit it and not just assume it is there. The Bible talks about binding it on their neck. It says tie it on their neck. Anywhere they go, let the thing be ringing bells, following them after. We need to go back to that. So, that a child or a young person wants to braid is not a problem. That they want to pierce is not a problem. But the problem is you need to find out why do you want it done. Another underlying issue could be a self-esteem problem. So you need to ask. That's when you need to know how to assess this individual, even when the child is not yours directly. Are you struggling with identity problems? Do you feel unacceptable? Do you feel diminished? Do you think if you do it, this would make you feel? But the truth is, whether you play it, you don't play it, who you are remains who you are. You have to let them understand that. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Good. Yeah. All right. Okay, the next one. So, how do you design how? Okay, so how do you decide how you want your marriage and family to be, the values and all, when you are a woman, when you don't want to be seen as the head or leader of the house, but but want to be led or want to be lead even with your eyes closed? How do you go about it when you know you are not the one marrying? Instead, it is you that is being married. I think there's another memo at the back related, the same from the same person. And also, what did you do to become an intentional person or parent, even when you didn't come from such background or had the privilege of certain exposure on this topic?
Okay.
Okay.
So, how can I set standards or create templates for a marriage when I do not initiate certain things? That's our worry. We need to first know whether she should stay there or whether there's something she can actually do, and whether that will now influence who she eventually gets attracted to. Then the other one is, what's the other question? Yes, how did you become intentional when you didn't come from, I don't know if you said you didn't come from that kind of background, but if you didn't, add the two together.
Yeah. If you know that intentional is good, what do you do? So if you didn't come from one, like they will say in a business balance, if you don't come from a rich family, make sure that rich family come out of you. So that answers that question. Now, we've heard you with your opening speech talking about intentional parenting. Nobody that will hear that won't desire to be intentional parent. So you should know that that one, you don't need to model your background. You need to pick it up. You need to design something for yourself. So that you are not coming from there should tell you that it's not good one, and you need to do better. Because the idea of this generational gap is that generation that is coming after should be better than the previous. There should be an improvement. So right there, you should know that that's the way to go, and you need more knowledge. Now you don't have that luxury of foundational learning in such direction. So you need to learn intentionally, you need to desire strongly, and you need to yourself begin to demonstrate it. You need to begin to epitomize it. As a lady, I will one day be a wife and a mother. Who should a wife be? Who should a mother be? When I talk about relationship, even while we're single, I leave love alone and talk about knowledge of the love. Because it's when you understand the knowledge of the love you are preaching, then you can exemplify it, you can practice it. So knowledge is a lot any single must endeavor not to do. You must keep learning. It is the period of learning. That's how God designed it. The period of learning, inculcate any knowledge you need. You have to be sure that you are ready, because a man is not looking for a woman, he's looking for a wife. The difference between a wife and a woman. He who finds a wife is the person that say find a good thing, not find a woman. So there is a wife and there is a woman. So these are buckets of knowledge, school of thoughts, and you need to devote your time as a single lady to continue to learn because you are preparing to be a wife, not a woman. You are preparing to be a girl. I mean, be a woman, a wife, not a girl. Because this girl thing will expire one day and you need to migrate. So there is need for learning since you don't have that background. Now, being that you will eventually get married, you will not be the leader. You will be led. There's an error there. Because for me, and that's why I keep on saying, we have come to the age of information too and begin to design things that will work for us. For me, I don't know how wrong is that or how right is it, but it is my truth because I champion a philosophy in my marriage. I don't want to be right. I want to be at peace. If my wife will be right and will be at peace, let her be right. So now, I am the head of my family. My wife is head of my home.
You need to say that again.
Oh. I'm the head of my family.
The women that are clapping for you.
If you notice, I'm careful about talking about children because I'm raising alphas, not Gen Zs. I'm privileged to be working with Gen Zs. The one is in the house as we speak. Now, I'm very careful because I know that, in fact, knowledge will do a lot for us. And that's why I appreciate what Ncps is doing. It will do a lot to inform us so that we begin to appreciate this because if you don't understand, you are a dangerous species already. So
they'll just be telling you can't
you will just lose it. How do you imagine that your child is now bigger than you to handle your own child? No one should be in that situation, even as a parent. Even you that are still enjoying it now as a child, watch it soon, you become a parent. Will you imagine that for yourself? So now, any lady who wants to be a good wife must begin to learn what it takes to be a good wife. You don't need to wait. Now, and that's why I make that analogy. I am leading my family. My wife is leading our home because I'm not there all the time. She must be in charge. In fact, my children, as small as they know that she's in charge. And it's intentional. So it is something we must really be intentional about. So you don't
Where
need
do you
to
now put your manly ego? You're an African man.
What?
Where do you put your manly ego as an African man?
I put my manly ego first as an African man.
No, you put it in the place of peace.
That's it.
He said it already.
Because
either you want peace or you want to be right.
That's it. Do you want to have a good marriage? You must decide. Do you want to have a marriage you want to be discussing on social media? Or do you want people to be running your own marriage? Is that what you want? So any young girl, you need to learn. Learn what it means to be a good wife. Keep learning so that even when your husband eventually does not have the curriculum you have gone through, that's why you are a helper. You begin to, because that's why that leadership of a thing has to be understood in marriage setting and in family setting. Because a woman can lead in the area she's even have competence and wisdom owing by her knowledge and also background. A man should also lead. And that is why in marriage there is equal grace and there is equal everything so that it can work. So you shouldn't be thinking because you are a wife you are not leading. That's the correction I'm trying to make. Yes. You will not relax and wait for a man. By the time you say you love him, he will not be leading you. And no good woman will want to be led by a wrong man. And that's one of the struggles most good ladies are having. It's not about love. Can you lead me? Can I submit myself with what I know? Look at you now learning this. Someone that is not getting this one day and come and say, I love you. Hello. You need to explain that love because I need to submit to it. You need to explain it. So leadership is on both sides, but you need to be wise and know who leads what and when and how. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you still have questions?
Yes, one.
Okay, great. So before it takes that, please let's not forget to let the lessons drop where they should. Those who are still holding on to the Bobo Tigbo, choose, so you will die. It's not as if women are oppressors. So I hope it's not painting us as if we oppress, but it is what it is, yeah. Anyway, so but the key point I picked from there is you have mouths in this matter as the lady. You can grow yourself, you can develop yourself. And like always attracts like. So who you become will determine what you will attract. Most of the time, it will happen like that. And if you marry someone who is willing to learn, just as you are willing to learn, then both of you can take it off from wherever you meet one another and continue to grow. There are not two people who can, even as well structured as he came into marriage, it still will not mean that they will not have one or two teething problems. It just means that they'll be more proactive about handling it than those who did not have any plan at all. So for those who are already grannies in the house, please let's tell our daughters and our sons. Like I said, in this room, it's either the information you're getting is directly for you or it's for someone around you. So thank you. We'll take the last question from the audience.
Okay, yes.
You have two more, right?
Actually, it's the last.
They're related. Okay.
So this other one has been answered before, except for the fact that the person asked that. So it's about the air breathing thing, but the person asked the later part of that. He said some parents dictate dress codes, including its materials, just to force a certain facial perspective. They want their son to love to look alike, something like that, just to add to the breeding thing and all that. Okay, but the other question is, this question says, for mothers who work long hours from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., what are the best ways to balance work and parenting so their children grow up intelligent, confident, and still feel their mother's love and presence?
Yeah, the question is well understood. I'm going to ask the mic to go to Mrs. Politili. The mic will have to go to her. For those who didn't come in early, you must have either watched a session, join us online, or you probably missed it. So this is your chance to hear from her. The question is for those women who work long hours, and the person says 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's a lot, right? So what do you say about what Mrs. Tolutile narrated earlier, or what me I went through? So she will explain to you. What the person wants is to know whether the thing called work life.
Yeah. You know the interesting thing? I was asking him. I said, what will I say now? He said, talk about how you used to call us when we were at home, even when you were at work, how you used to call us, and how you used to even still take us out to eateries, even when you are able, just to connect with us. So that is what he just told me. So that one is the practical thing that he just said. And what I can add is that, you know, initially we said it, that this is working based on intentions. You have to be intentional. And that, you see, if you need to look at life beyond work. You can't say that. You need to just take a decision that work, as important as it is, your family is also equally important. So you just have to build systems around those processes. And you need to figure out, because what we are talking about here is connectivity, relationship, communication, and, you know, intentional, you know, in different ways. So I think that person, when she gets home by 7 p.m., would definitely be tired, right? But you need to somehow pack aside that tiredness and still intentionally listen when the children are talking to you. It could be in the kitchen. It could be over dinner. Please, look at me. I may sleep 1 a.m. I can sleep 2 a.m. When any child is talking to me, that child must finish the talk. 2 days ago, not 2 days ago, yesterday, myself and Wisdom finished talking at about 1:30 a.m. and I was coming for this program. In fact, my husband was downstairs. He thought I had gone to sleep. So when he heard my steps, he said, "BC, what are you still doing? You've not slept. Remember, you have an early program you are going for." I said I was having discussion with wisdom. I just went to his room to let's review what we are doing. But he came up with other things. I had to be there. I had to listen. And I had to make sure that we completed because he trusts me. In fact, when my friends hear what my children tell me, they say, "Are you sure?" From the firstborn that is 30 years old, they connect with me. Even though we don't talk, we may not talk on phone now that they're adults. But when we are and when they need me, we just have to talk. So for that woman, it's a big job. But what I tell myself is I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Do you know that even as a journalist, when I get home 10 p.m., 11, I still cook? Yes, I cook for my husband. Even though I don't like cooking. I don't like cooking ordinarily. I'm the kind of person that, in fact, I need a cook. But intentionally, I do it intentionally, just to let you know that, look, I am not abandoning, because he is also a very, very understanding person. So, but you just do those things. You just do them to show that this is who you are. So for my dear sister, God will strengthen you. You will do it, and at the end of the day, you will eat the fruit of your labor in Jesus' name.
Wow. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I want to say something in that light. Number one, young people, they need guidance and not domination.
You're already answering that my question around care versus control.
So can I continue?
Yes. That
All right.
takes care of that question.
They need guidance, not domination. Now, if you think you have a preferred outlook, okay, instead of you to insist, become that outlook, but wear it in a way that it will appeal to that young person. Exactly. Because sometimes they watch you. Okay? One thing about young people is they love life. Right? They love good things. They love money. And they love, yes, they love to, that thing. Chop life gang. So we're not saying you should match that energy. At least like it. Smell like them. Okay, you want this individual to dress this way, find the fabric, sew something that looks so beautifully well that it will appeal to this person. So it's not like we're saying what you want for your young person is wrong. It is not. But if you're talking about the young person of today, you cannot insist. And this is why we need to understand that there's a difference between being an authoritarian parent and authoritative parent. What our parents and the parent before ours did was they were authoritative. Fine, stop paying your school fee. This, or you leave my house. You can't say that to today's generation because they already have the back door. They already have a way out. So don't, the scripture says that fathers, don't provoke your children. As in, don't tease them, don't tempt them into what is already in their heart that they want to manifest. Kill it. I hope you get it. Don't give room for it. And one thing I want to say here also is, you see, when you are dealing with a young person, there is this thing about the makeup of the brain. I don't know if any one of us has heard about the word amygdala before. Yeah, you've heard about it. You have heard. If you have heard about it, let me see your hand. Okay, you've heard about it, right? It's a part of the brain. Okay, that it processes emotions, fear, anger, pleasure, and excitement. It's in everyone as we're all seated, but it is more active in the young person. So when you are dealing with them, you have to know that I'm not dealing with the face I'm seeing. I'm not dealing with the height or the skin. I'm dealing with something else under the skull. And that something else under that skull is being influenced by something. Okay? And this is why we need to understand. That was why I said education would kind of close that gap somehow. It will change your reactions, it will change your responses, it will change your communication, it will change how you listen. You can so listen to a young person to the point that you even make them feel guilty for you being a listener. And they begin to feel like, am I safe? Am I safe? Okay? Understanding and knowledge and education will help you. Now, because I'm a believer, because I'm a child of God, I believe I have authority. I can lay hands on my child and speak to that amygdala to behave. Do you agree with me? Now, the people in the world, they know how to put incisions on human skulls, human heads. They know how to give them things to drink and say, Isoye. Okay? They know how to activate it. And they know how to speak to it and say, this is how I want you to behave, and the outcome. How much more we? So one of the first things I say is, if you're having issue with any child, whether their behavioral attitude and all, don't look outward only. Go back inside. Look for scriptures that can address that thing. Put your hand on them. See, in psychology, we believe that emotions have ears. Do you agree? That's why music is powerful for your emotion. They have ears. Saturate the environment of that child or young person. With time, something will shift. It's because you have not understood and you don't want to. So please stop insisting. In fact, let that child wear it. Become what you are trying to recreate, and you will see the child come forth to embrace what you truly want to see. Thank you.
Amazing. Amazing.
Because intention is not always wrong. It's from the place of love. And some of these are also influenced by cultures and the things you feel that is the right for the person to do. So the idea of trying to be flexible with them and try to understand them is not that it's not a sign of weakness. You're not losing out. You're actually empowering the next generation.
Giving it a process.
Because you need to trust them too, to do things right that is good for them. Thank you.
Yes. So I don't know how much of time we have, but I'm going to throw each of them a question each differently. MC, how much of time do we have? 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll work with that. Today I've heard approach, I've heard patterns, I've heard all of those things, speaking to the fact that you should allow things turn around while you stand at the right point and throw in the right stimulus. But I want to ask, when your daughter, one of the fears that people like you and I and Mrs. Folutile and Mr. David Adigboyega, he's a character coach. He said, character development, please celebrate him for me. Yes. Yes. You should say something, right? Yes, I'll come to him. I had that mind too. So that's I'm spotlighting him. And all of us here, and him, I am this. One of the concerns we have is
My reputation versus your reputation. How will they hear that it is the son of the character development man that did something on character? That's the question for him to answer. We'll come to that. Because it's what, and I also like one person on this side. How do we deal with that? It's looking like you should answer that. I'll just leave all the questions out there and then we'll take them in one wrap. So that's one. The other part is being friendly and being friends. You mentioned something about that. And some people will say, no, 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 no. You can't be friends with your child. You're not their friend. You can only be friendly. Okay, so those people mean that if you are a friend, you cannot assert your leadership as a parent. That all you need to do is attribute of friendliness, but not coming down to be their friends. That you are not supposed. I don't know whether you understand what proponents of those things are saying. But I wanted you to speak to that based on how things may have, things you may have experienced. Then for Mr. Iku, I wanted him to also speak to, okay, so the ego thing, ego of my ego, you're going to rubbish me. And maybe you should also speak to, I had this control versus care. A lot of young people are worried that sometimes they don't trust their parents in serious things because in other things they've seen, they've managed to control them using the bait of care. And I fear that a lot of people sitting down here might be doing that practice. That is, you push the thing like, I care for you. But the truth is, you are leaning them towards what you want. But you push it like it's out of care. So they do it around, they do it around the schools they go to, do it around the courses they study, do it around this dressing we're talking about. So I want Mr. Iku to speak to that additionally, because I think that it's something they need to know that I mentioned. Because one of the things I do is also old brief. This is not a young versus old. It's just trying to look for, so that at the end of the day, we can do better. If you and you still act the same way, then you've wasted your time for coming. So for me, my joy will be that the next time I see you, you're able to say, I was able to transition from being this person to that person. And how do you start being intentional? And how do you continue being consistent? And then be patient with yourself, get everything at once. There was a time my children said I shout. And it was like everybody's feedback. You shout, you shout, you shout, you shout. And I'm like, oh, you guys
and what you're building. So you cannot say that you want to parent because of you. Then you're being selfish. How about the life that you brought in here? And it's this same selfish mindset that makes parents enforce courses, careers, pathway. The child will honor you. I mean, those days, not now. Will honor you, study, make you waste your money, and then tell you, please, I want to be a DJ. After studying medicine, engineering. So I have submitted to you what you wanted me to protect. But now I want to live my life. So what you need to do now is, it is our reputation, not just you. Because the moment you made it my reputation, then you are going to run the race for yourself only. And that's why, see, I've dealt with a child who was stealing, okay? Stealing things, even what she never needed. Now, as on the surface, this is a terrible habit, right? The parent happened to be very staunch believers, but you won't know them. So the school that I, consult for said, please, we need help for this child. And like I said, remember, psychology says behind every behavior, there is a reason. You don't attack the behavior, you go to the roots. What comes to your mind when you see this thing and you just want to have it? And the child said, most times I take them, I don't need them. Why then? Because of my parents. They did something wrong to me and I want to pay them back. So sometimes, you see that reputation you want to protect. The day you drop the hint and your child gets the wing that this is about you, God help you, they will destroy it. So it's more about us. And that's why you should use the word we when you are dealing with your child. Sometimes when I'm dealing with some of these young people in schools, in places, I tell them, they said we did this. This child is not my child, but I want to bring you in. I want to give you a sense of belonging. And then we say, but this is not who we are. I'm sending you back to your real person. I'm not telling you I'm a pastor or I'm a manager in this place. You didn't even care about what people will say about me. The child will do it again, even worse off. So why am I saying this? It's okay. Set the rules. Let the boundaries be there, but give room for the child to be themselves. And you don't begin to drag the issue of reputation with a child when they're already 13, 14, 15. No, it's too late. You begin to build it together during the childhood stage when they can have a sense of identity and belonging. Now, when our daughter was little, whenever we're going to church, she would sit at the back and then she would tell us, okay, maybe when she encounters people who are like singing on the way, like maybe evangelizing, when they go out singing, she will stand and say, these people are singing like us. Okay? She didn't say they sing like this. So there is a sense of identity. Like I have a sense of belonging. I can identify with something that my parents also belong to. So why am I saying this? The little ways we usually run after protecting our names, they are the reason we cage our children. They are the reason behind you not letting them, fly, not letting them make their choices. At the end of the day, they will do things that will, let me still use the word, shock you. So let them understand what reputation is. Let them know that you misbehave is going to rub off on us. You do it right is going to pay us. So that sense of us makes it sends home the message better than you. Because they get to a point where they have this I don't care. After all, it's my life. Or you don't care. Everything is always about you. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adegboyega, for adding to the conversation. And I loved when he said, we have to still shout. But the thing is, they just want to know why we are shouting. And maybe if they know why, when next they see you shout, they know that they've triggered something and they will feel remorse that, no, I shouldn't make a shout. And that's what we've been working on as parents in this generation. We grew up not questioning. For us, it's obey before complain. But for them, it is asking you why I should obey. And we must be responsible enough to explain. So when they see us shouting, they know why. And next time, if they don't want you to shout, they want to try to avoid whatever triggers that shouting. And just like it has been said, for some of us too, it's trauma. I mean, some of us parents from our past, the things we've been through and the environment we grew up from. So we can easily tell. You know, they might not see it from that perspective, but we already know. You know, they tell you, our parents those days will say, if you start telling lies, you will definitely steal because you want to cover. Wisdom is looking, is looking at the phone. You know, it's just like at home now. There are things that when my wife starts, the children will complete. They, you know, they will just laugh. You know, so I'm not a shouting parent, but somehow, let's come to answering the question about friendship. I've think be able to win the heart of my kids, my children, such that they are so conscious about doing things the way I expect it to be done. When I was traveling this time, I called my son. I said, okay, the only gift you have for me this summer is make sure you do well with a particular course he's been struggling with. You know, at times we put the kids through some challenges through, and we must reason with them. We left for the US, and they had to change school. And in less than 6 months, they came back. While over there, he was already feeling comfortable. He preferred living there, enjoying the place. And all of a sudden, we came back. He started struggling academically. So when I was traveling, I said, that's the gift I need from you. So when I left, I think the first 1 or 2 weeks, because it's summer, he felt like I've worked, let me relax a little. And while relaxing, he didn't do well the first 1 or 2 weeks. So when the grades for the first half of summer came out, the mom was very furious, disappointed. When they sent it to me, I told the mom, I said, see, just calm down. Don't instill fear into him. And what led to it was that even the teacher was kind of mean, calling the mom and say, tell your son to drop this course because he won't pass it. And so when my wife told me that, I said, no, he's an Olorunse. We don't fail here. So of course, I took time. I wrote a detailed mail to the email to the teacher, pointing out where I felt she did wrongly. That, okay, this was what led to it. Immediately that happened, we all came together, my wife and the younger sister, and said, you're going to pass this course, so we're going to work together. The younger sister did not do the work for him. He did it himself. And from 20%, the next work, He did a work that ordinarily he should score not less than 90. Eventually, the score came at 75, but the feedback from the teacher, that was when I had to rise up as a parent, trying to question academic integrity, more like he wasn't the one. And we all saw him went through the pain because from that point, they took off his PS5. He was always sitting, walking to pass. So that was when I had to mail the teacher that this is wrong of you. Your excitement should be that your student improved. So if you see improvement, you should even commend that. Of course, the grades were out yesterday and he ended up passing that course. I passed it well, despite the first half poor performance. But this is talking about being friends with them. It's not going to harm you as a parent. Rather, now, being friends is the ultimate, not just being friendly. Yeah. You see, your position as a parent is a position of privilege. The fact that you gave birth to them does not mean you'll be smarter than them. It gets to a point they will be the one teaching you. Don't worry, the table will still turn. So the way you treat them when you were at the driver's seat will determine how they will fly the plane when you are in the plane. So it's just a privilege. So I maintain the position that you should be friends. Um, what's his name? Max, the leadership expert, Manuel, wrote about 360-degree leadership. He's always teaching us how leadership is influence and that how that influence can come from top, from the middle, and below. He talked about 5 levels of leadership. The first one is positional, and that's the lowest level of leadership. That's where most of us belong as parents. Because you gave birth to that child, you assume that level of leadership. But that's the least. The second one, leadership by permission. Some of us have friends here today. They are your friends, but you respect them so much. When they advise you, they can even tell you, sit down, you will sit down. They can tell you, this is what you should be doing by now, and you listen to them. Some of us, it was the kind of positive friends that we have that influenced our lives to become whoever we have become today. So will you say because they are your friends, they cannot still lead you? So that's leadership by permission. And it happens amongst parents too. Yeah. So the fact that they are your kids does not mean you can't be friends with them. I know you might want to hear the remaining 3 levels. Okay, the third one is production. And that's when you are leading because you have results. Nobody argues with result. They say no result, no respect. So when you have results, naturally people gravitate towards you because they believe there's something you know that they need to know. And it can happen. You know, by privilege today, my dad is an entrepreneur, but he learns from me as a business person. You see what we're talking about? And it's simply because he saw how I learned to do business in my own little way and the little result that I have. And he feels, okay, there's something my son knows that I need. And he talks to me, consults with me. Almost any and every decision is going to be making as it has to do with business. The fourth one is people development. And parenting should be at that level at the least. You want to invest your life in the children. Because for you, just like you said, Ma, it's not about your reputation. It is our reputation. And at that level is a collaborative work. The final level which we all must aspire for, and that's what Maxwell called personhood or pinnacle. At that point, it's no longer about success. It's legacy. Because you have raised children that are now raising children, others. We must ensure that we become role models. And the people we are raising should become role models. And that's how it moves from generation to generation. Someone asked earlier that if I didn't come from intentional parenting, how am I going to become an intentional parent? And you answered, you said they should learn. Maybe we need to tell them how to learn. Pick role models. Don't listen to all the noise on socials. We have more of negative narratives about family, marriage, parenting than the positive. And we're also pleading to those of us that are making effort to raise godly families. Let's not keep quiet. They might want to bully us. They might want to call you as a lady, pick me. That's a common word on social media. Once a lady is trying to stand on good values that will promote the home, they call her pick me. Don't be intimidated. For when a guy is trying to talk about how to respect women and be responsible as a man, they call them pimp or something. Simp, you know, just to, it's bullying. It's a form of bullying you out of the right. The fact that almost everybody is on the wrong will not erase the fact that they are wrong. What is wrong is wrong. So if you're on the path of the right, please, I'm speaking to the younger ones now. Please stay there. You are not alone. You're only thinking you are alone. If you read your Bible, when the prophet thought he was the only one left, remember what the Bible said, right? There are how many? 7 that have not bowed. So please, if you are there and you have made some resolution about how you want to live your life as a young person, don't change it. You are not alone. Don't let anybody make you feel you are alone. Thank you very much.
You see why I say we should round up. Now, talking about care and control, I think that was a question. For me, riding on the existing protocol, you can see why we need to normalize care over control. I think the whole discussion is how to know, because the intention of the parent is from the caring, but we come off as controlling. So we need to normalize care over control. And we have all said it. And the best way to begin that is to interrogate instead of insist that something must done your way. So we need to normalize care, because that's actually what God asks us to do. God asks us to control. So we must define whatever thing we want to interrogate. We must also, like we have all said, what is the intention? Let's communicate it. So that it become us thing, like she said. Not my thing. I just want to do it because I'm your parent. You must listen to me and all of that. What is the intention of it? Can we talk about it? Can we communicate it? And it becomes a serious matter if you've not been doing that and they grow. You come to a meeting like this, you now want to do it. You need to understand that it's a process. You need to understand that it's a process. So you need to come to Anti-Women to put you through classes so that you don't jump a class and you want to stay pass. Because if you cut short, if you go through shortcut, you'll be cut short in life. And that's how life is. So I think we need to be intentional by defining whatever we want to insist that it must happen based on the care we have, based on the love we have. Let us interrogate it. Let us sit down and talk about it. Even, like I said, thank God you've not heard me talk about children and all that, because I know the one I'm dealing with. I call them the principalities of my home. And it's allowed because you need to understand they're of different generation. Yesterday, if I didn't ask question, I would have made a mess of my third daughter. Because she told us, I came back, she's in the room, because that's our internal correctional strategy. Be in your room. You will take permission to come to the parlor. Then we will now begin to talk so that your brain will reset, we cannot talk. Because that's also part of discipline. She was in the room, I came back. I said, what did you say? He said that she told somebody, fuck up. Of course, you know what fuck up means. But that's not what she meant. Perspective. And I was asked, what do you mean by fuck up? She said, fuck now. The fuck they are using. No, and when they are real, you know. Except they are trying to just be hard on them. Because I know her. That third one, I know her. She's wonderful. and she don't care, she will say it the way it is. And she even say it to mature people. Of course, she had that boldness. In fact, that's my major challenge with her. I want to be sure I'm not dimming her light. And at the same time, I'm also helping her to become the best she can be. Or else I will use my own and clam her and she now begin to follow me up and down as if, oh yes, daughter, as if she's getting it and all of that. So I think we need to normalize care over control. This thing we say we really want them to do, let's discuss it with them so that they understand. And that's why I said earlier, please, we need to begin talk about vision of the family ahead of time. Like I said, Emival dynasty is not a jargon, it's not a slogan. It is, they know it. And in our own culture, like Doctor said, if I said every action in my family, they will complete have the consequence. All of us are together because we decide. And we are testing something now that's called family time. We've done first edition, we are doing second edition. Because we need to talk. Because this thing is not about me or you, it's about us, like she said. Because we are going somewhere. We are of a generation that want to hand over a generation that will also be sensible and will continue from where we stop. I think all of us need to be on the same table and begin to talk from our own generation and also understanding other generations.
Amazing, amazing. Put your hands together for our discussants this year. Do you think they have done justice to it? Have we been able to see the different ways to close the trust gap? At the end of the day, everything we've been saying is how to go and repair the broken edges if they have happened like that. And if you already were doing a great job, this is saying keep at it because there's a very, very clear future ahead. And thank you so much, Dr. Lauren Shea. Thank you, Auntie Wemi. I like to call Auntie Wemi. Yes. And then thank you, Mr. Iku. We're going to present them their plaques now in recognition. We do this at Ncps every year. So this is like the most important thing. Reason is because if we were to pay them for sitting here for these hours, we'll break our banks to pay them. So we'll do this as this is from our hearts. After the presentation, okay, should we take group pictures first? Thank you. So we'll take the group pictures first.
So camera, are you ready?
Thank you, ma'am. You decide to stay. Please celebrate that for me. I'm going to invite you. Okay.
The heart is blue.
Okay.
Shoots.
Please bring out the music.
There's no room.
Studio, please. Okay. Yeah.
Space to rent in this town.
out of blood.
Debbie. Studio, please bring out the music. This is our custom every year to present this wonderful awards. Okay, so this is to recognize Wemimo Adebi for partnering with RCV advocacy of character begins at home as a volunteer discussant at the 12th National Character Parenting Summit, NCPS, August 1st, 2026. All right, and this is for Mr. Emmanuel Eku for partnering with RCV Advocacy of Character Begins at Home as a volunteer discussant at the 12th National Character Parenting Summit, NCPS, August 1st, 2026.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and this one is for Dr. Sunday Olorunse for partnering with RCV Advocacy of Character Begins at Home as a volunteer discussant at the 12th National Character Parenting Summit, NCPS, August 1st, 2026.
Thank you.
Okay, all volunteers in the room, please, it's your time to be celebrated. Please step forward. Every year I have this army, this great army of people work with me on this vision. Oh yeah, now if we should step out, I want you to please, they are going to be here. We're just going to give them a rousing ovation. They deserve to be celebrated, and we do celebrate them. If you have not picked a copy of my book, don't forget to do so on your way out. So look, come now. Why they go corner? We should come. Please put your hands together for them as they come. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't you just like our dress for this year? Okay. Okay, so the idea is that we're going to take a bow and you just celebrate everybody to say thank you to them so that they can work with me next year again. If you don't clap very well, they might choose not to come next year. So 1, 2, go. Can we do that? Yes. See you at NCPS 2026. But we're going to take a character ambassador's creed. I don't know if it's on the screen right now. We're going to take a character ambassador's creed. That's how we close for the year. Let me know if it's on the screen. So thank you. I think at this point we can.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Yes, the creed on the screen. I think it should now. Yes, the creed. Okay, I think it's there.
So right now it's time for us to have the closing benediction and the conveners blessings, birthday blessings. So that's what we're doing right now.
All right, so please let the celebrants. So all the prayers we are praying, they are storing it, so. Oh, wow. Awesome. But she's August. Okay. All right. Well done. Great, great man. Let's pray for the celebrants. Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you for these wonderful, wonderful people that you have blessed this generation with. Lord, as we thank you for their birthday, we ask, oh God, that you would please give them that special gift for this new age in the name of Jesus. Lord, one request I make is that make them to continue to be a part of what you are doing, especially in these last days, in the name of Jesus. Lord, let their joy know no bounds. And Lord, we pray for them that you will multiply them and they will not be few. You will glorify them, they will not be small. The songs of thanksgiving shall continually be in their lives, and the voice of celebrations always in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen. Shall we all please rise? I just remembered I didn't remove my cap. All right, let's rise. Oh, well. Father, we thank you. Thank you for our mommy that has blessed us so much today and has stayed all through. Father, thank you. Thank you, Lord, for all the panelists who have shared from their bowels of wisdom and experience. Lord, we thank you. Thank you, Lord, for all the participants that have come, both on site and online. Father, we pray that you would bless everyone in the name of Jesus. Lord, we have all learned. Father, please don't let these things disappear. Help us to go back and work on them. That by the time we return here, even before next year, we will be chatting, Mr. Obasa, this and this and this I am doing with what I learned in the name of Jesus. And Lord, at the end of the day, make Nigeria a far greater nation and the world at large. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. As we bring NCPS 2026 to an end, we ask, oh God, that Nigeria and Africa and the world, we know that the 12th edition held in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, thank you, everyone. And Johnny Messi's home.
All right, so if I still have Airtel users in this building, I still have 2 airtime to give out. Airtel users. If you use Airtel, can I go on? I can go on. I have 2. Airtel. Are we good? All right. First one, 5510753518793451. Who got it? You did. All right. So one more. One more. Airtel still. 50. Can I go on? Can I go on? 5015730559361316. Okay, let's do it again. 5015730559361316. I feel led to give this card to you. Just load it, don't worry. All right, so that will be all for my giveaway from the airtime session. All right, so I trust that we've had fun so far and we've received knowledge as much as we need to use. So music from the media, please. Music.
They say that when you lose your way.
All right, let's have it a bit with you. Volume down a bit.
Rainy days and lonely nights. Feel like I'm losing time. Nowhere else to go, so I chase the fading light. Up all night till dawn. Wonder how many days I've gone.
Studio, can we reduce the
Will
music a
Papa
bit?
take me back if I wanna go?
So we have our character ambassador crate. So let's take the ambassador crate together. I am a character ambassador. I am proudly one. I work hard to attain my dreams. I work right to sustain my legacy. I'm a world changer. I don't conform to wrong. I work on my weak traits to make them my strength. I value my character advantage. I pledge to lifelong character development. So help me God. Amen.
Sure. Okay, so please, can we come together and okay, so one.
All right, all volunteers, please, let's come around. Let's take pictures together. Everyone that's participated in one capacity or the other, let's come around. Let's take pictures on set. Please, everyone, let's do that quickly. Those in charge of everything, logistics, please, let's do all we need to do so we can be here and out of here in no time. Thank you. All right, I still remain your host and music MC, Rila, and that's